can we do today? That
àìmásìkò ló dààmú ẹ̀dá ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa ló wà. àìmásìkò ló dààmú ẹ̀dá ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa ló wà.
halẹ̀ kò lè halẹ̀ mọ́ mi rárá mo ti lálábẹ́ ètì mo lọ́lúwa ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa ló wà.
àìmásìkò ló dààmú ẹ̀dá ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa ló wà.
halẹ̀ kò lè halẹ̀ mọ́ mi rárá mo ti lálábẹ́yìntì mo lólúwa ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa ló wà.
àìmásìkò ló dààmú ẹ̀dá ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa ló wà.
gbẹ́dógbẹ́dó fẹ́ fi kí ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ gbẹ́ ìlàtẹ́kùn fẹ́ fi kí gẹ̀dú ṣe ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa ló wà.
àìmásìkò lọ́la ń wẹ̀dá o ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa ló wà.
Gbẹ́dógbẹ́dó fẹ́ fi kí ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ gbẹ́ ìlàtẹ́kùn fẹ́ fi kí gẹ̀dú ṣe ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa ló wà.
àìmásìkò lọ́la ń wẹ̀dá o ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa ló wà.
ẹni rówó he lójú àlá tó ń dunnú ẹni kò tẹpá mọ́ṣẹ́ ẹ̀ nítorí ebi ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa ló wà.
àìmásìkò lọ́la ń wẹ̀dá o ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa ló wà.
ẹni rówó he lójú àlá tó ń dunnú ẹni kò tẹpá mọ́ṣẹ́ ẹ̀ nítorí ebi ọ̀rọ̀ gbogbo lọ́wọ́ Olúwa ló wà.
àìmásìkò ló ń dààmú ẹ̀dá o ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa ló wà.
ire tèmi ó máa ní kọjá mi. ire tèmi ó máa ní kọjá mi. wá bá mi ṣe bàbá ó máa kọjá mi. wá bá mi ṣe bàbá ó máa kọjá mi ò láyé.
àìmásìkò ló ń dààmú ẹ̀dá o ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa ló wà.
ire tiẹ̀ ó máa ní kọjá ẹ̀. ire tiẹ̀ ó máa ní kọjá ẹ̀. tó bá ti fẹ́ kórí sọ f'Ẹlẹ́dùmarè. ilé ló fẹ́ kọ́ sọ f'Ẹlẹ́dùmarè. ọgbọ́n ló fẹ́ ní sọ f'Ẹlẹ́dùmarè. aya ló fẹ́ ní sọ f'Ẹlẹ́dùmarè. owó ló fẹ́ ní sọ f'Ẹlẹ́dùmarè. abá ẹ ṣe o abá ẹ ṣe o á yanjú ẹ á ṣe é ṣe ò láyé.
àìmásìkò ló dààmú ẹ̀dá o ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa ló wà.
ọ̀rọ̀ àkóbá ọba máa jẹ́ kárí. ọ̀rọ̀ àdábá ọba máa jẹ́ kárí. ọ̀rọ̀ gidi ni ẹ̀ṣà mi àdúrà. ọ̀rọ̀ gidi ni ẹ̀ṣà mi àdúrà. wọ́n ní kọ́bọ̀ ṣàmì lọ́jọ́ sí ó ṣe fàárì. wọ́n ní kọ́bọ̀ ṣàmì lọ́jọ́ sí ó ṣe fàárì. oṣù dúdú oṣù ọ̀pọ̀ oṣù dúdú ó tún ṣolómi ṣòróró.
àìmásìkò ló dààmú ẹ̀dá o ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa ló wà.
ọ̀rọ̀ gidi ni ẹ̀ṣà mi àdúrà. ọ̀rọ̀ gidi ni ẹ̀ṣà mi àdúrà. ọ̀rọ̀ àkóbá ọba máa jẹ́ kárí. ọ̀rọ̀ àdábá ọba máa jẹ́ kárí. wọ́n ní kọ́bọ̀ ṣàmì lọ́jọ́ sí ó ṣe fàárì. wọ́n ní kọ́bọ̀ ṣàmì lọ́jọ́ sí ó ṣe fàárì. oṣù dúdú oṣù ọ̀pọ̀ oṣù dúdú ó tún ṣolómi ṣòróró.
àìmásìkò ló dààmú ẹ̀dá o ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa ló wà.
ẹ̀ṣà mi àdúrà yìí ó
káráyé máa kó bá wa.
ẹ̀ṣà mi àdúrà yìí ó
káráyé máa kó bá wa.
ẹ̀ṣà mi àdúrà yìí ó
káráyé máa kó bá wa.
Chief Gabriel mi. Ọ̀sánwárù ìgbìnẹ̀dìọ̀n. Ọkọ̀ṣẹ́rì ìgbìnẹ̀dìọ̀n. Ẹ sámà mi. Ọ̀sánwárù. Ọ̀sánwárù. Ẹ sámà mi. Ẹ sámà ìgbìnẹ̀dìọ̀n. Baba Lucky, Baba Blind, Baba Warren, Baba Okunoze, Baba Mebel, Baba Eli, Baba Mosede, Baba Ibie, Baba Osawe. Ọmọ princess Ihaza. Ọ̀kadà. 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 Ọ̀kadà ìgbìnẹ̀dìọ̀n. Ọmọ ògùn lọ́wọ́. Grand patron. Sabella Lioness. Ọ̀kadà ẹ̀.
It's host.
àsìkò lọ́dà mú àdá o ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa ló wà.
àsìkò lọ́dà mú àdá o ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa ló wà.
àìmásìkò ló ń dààmú ẹ̀dá ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa ló wà.
àìmásìkò ló ń dààmú ẹ̀dá ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa ló wà.
halẹ̀ halẹ̀ kò lè halẹ̀ mọ́ mi rárá mo ti lálàfẹ́ ètì mo lÓlúwa ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa ló wà.
àìmásìkò ló ń dààmú ẹ̀dá ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa ló wà.
halẹ̀ halẹ̀ kò lè halẹ̀ mọ́ mi rárá mo ti lálàfẹ́ ètì mo lÓlúwa ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa ló wà.
àìmásìkò ló ń dààmú ẹ̀dá ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa ló wà.
gbẹ́dọ́gbẹ́dọ́ fẹ́ fi kí ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ gbẹ́ ìlàtẹ́kùn fẹ́ fi kí gẹ̀dú ṣe ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa ló wà.
àìmásìkò ló ń dààmú ẹ̀dá ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa ló wà.
gbẹ́dọ́gbẹ́dọ́ fẹ́ fi kí ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ gbẹ́ ìlàtẹ́kùn fẹ́ fi kí gẹ̀dú ṣe ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa ló wà.
àìmásìkò ló ń dààmú ẹ̀dá ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa ló wà.
ẹni rówó he lójú àlá tó ń dunnú ẹni kò tẹpá mọ́ṣẹ́ ẹ̀ nítorí ebi ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa ló wà.
àìmásìkò ló ń dààmú ẹ̀dá ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa ló wà.
rówó he lójú àlá tó ń dunnú. ẹni kò tẹ pámọ́ṣẹ́ ẹ̀ nítorí ebi. ọ̀rọ̀ gbogbo lọ́wọ́ Olúwa ló wà.
àyìnbáṣikò ló ń dààmú ẹ̀dá. ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa ló wà.
ire tèmi ó máa ní kọjá mi. ire tèmi ó máa ní kọjá mi. wọ́n bá mi ṣe bàbá ó máa kọjá mi. wọ́n bá mi ṣe bàbá ó máa kọjá mi ò láyé.
àyìnbáṣikò ló ń dààmú ẹ̀dá. ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa ló wà.
ire tiẹ̀ ó máa ní kọjá ẹ̀. ire tiẹ̀ ó máa ní kọjá ẹ̀. tó bá ti fẹ́ kó rí sọ f'Ẹlẹ́dùmarè. ilé ló fẹ́ kọ́ sọ f'Ẹlẹ́dùmarè. ọgbọ́n ló fẹ́ ní sọ f'Ẹlẹ́dùmarè. aya ló fẹ́ ní sọ f'Ẹlẹ́dùmarè. owó ló fẹ́ ní sọ f'Ẹlẹ́dùmarè. abá ẹ ṣe o abá ẹ ṣe o á yanjú ẹ á ṣe é ṣe o láyé.
àyìnbáṣikò ló ń dààmú ẹ̀dá. ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa ló wà.
ọ̀rọ̀ àkóbá ọba máa jẹ́ kárí. ọ̀rọ̀ àdábá ọba máa jẹ́ kárí. ọ̀rọ̀ gidi ni ẹ ṣá ní àdúrà. ọ̀rọ̀ gidi ni ẹ ṣá ní àdúrà. wọ́n ní kọ́bọ̀ ṣàmì lọ́jọ́ sí ó ṣe fàárì. wọ́n ní kọ́bọ̀ ṣàmì lọ́jọ́ sí ó ṣe fàárì. oṣù dúdùn oṣù ọ̀pọ̀ oṣù dúdùn ó tún ṣolómi ṣòróró.
àyìnbáṣikò ló ń dààmú ẹ̀dá. ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa ló wà.
ọ̀rọ̀ gidi ni ẹ ṣá ní àdúrà. ọ̀rọ̀ gidi ni ẹ ṣá ní àdúrà. ọ̀rọ̀ àkóbá ọba máa jẹ́ kárí. ọ̀rọ̀ àdábá ọba máa jẹ́ kárí. wọ́n ní kọ́bọ̀ ṣàmì lọ́jọ́ sí ó ṣe fàárì. wọ́n ní kọ́bọ̀ ṣàmì lọ́jọ́ sí ó ṣe fàárì. oṣù dúdú oṣù ọ̀pọ̀ oṣù dúdú ó tún ṣolómi ṣòróró.
àyìnbáṣikò ló ń dààmú ẹ̀dá. ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa ló wà.
person and former education next okay. Okay, I will not clear part of this Ola person Ola person educator over we were ambitious. Ready to have educational advancements in that, and my view back here.
Well, degree from option, retired teacher.
Really, right. A media practitioner and a member of my group by day.
Yeah, that properly. I heard it, but yes, but it's just do a proper. I mean, you are the owner of this building, so you should. Okay. Okay. Have we heard from you, sir? You just came in at the right time.
Interesting. My introduction, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Father in should my name from Osho State teacher of Osho.
I mean, I like the color, the diversity of the audience we have here today. We have people from the ministry, we have retired teachers, we have this thing. So I'm beginning to see whether there will be some accusations here today. You are the one that didn't do well. You are the one that didn't do well. So those audiences that used to be, you have the ministry people ahead and the teachers just be looking at them. Now you are sitting close to them, beside them. And, let's see how it will go. But we hope for a very good deliberation. People accuse us a lot that we talk a lot in this office, but that's our job. That's our job. You don't make progress if you don't discuss, you don't talk. So we hope that today's symposium, even though it's happening you may think, okay, it's not big. It's happening in a small room like this. But maybe it's even good that it's happening in a small room like this, so that we can all have that consensus, and hopefully it leads us to make some progress in our education. So before we move forward, I would also like my colleagues, my orgas to also introduce, themselves. So we start from this beautiful lady here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Oluwadamola Kinde. I'm a media associate for the commission. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Oluwapelumi Odebon, and I'm a media associate for the commission.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Abdul Abdul from Homeland Affairs.
My name is Kenya Ibayo.
Good morning, everyone. Prince Anita Adili, head of special duty at work. And I want to be the first person to wish you a Merry Christmas.
Yeah. All right, so I'm trying to see what we can chalk off on the agenda before we start properly. We have to follow protocol. Once we sing the national anthem, that's the official listening of it. So we'll step that down a bit till when we're about to start. But so basically about the event, about this symposium. Okay. Mr. Ola question, just published a book and the title is on 55 East. And I so much love that that title. You know, it's a statement of intent that look, with on 55, what it meant by 55 is, you know, what happened in 1955 should be the list. You know, we shouldn't drop that. Welcome, sir. Please let me welcome Uncle TK. Yeah. Okay, so I was talking about this event. I will soon kick off very soon. So, 1955, January 17, that's when the free primary education policy kicked off in Western Nigeria. So that's 70 years ago. Okay, we wanted to commemorate it at the time, but for some reason or the other, we couldn't in January. So when I saw the title of Minister Ola question, I said, wait a minute, we shouldn't let this year go. You know, so no matter how small, let's just, you know, gather some people. So that's why we make it a symposium, and I'm glad that it's also here today. I'm quite happy that people will look back on that event and say, look, that is who we are. We must not let anything change that. So part of why we are gathered here today is to reinforce the need that, look, education is our heritage in Southwest, or call it Western Nigeria, like we like to say here. But how do we then sustain it? How do we maintain the standard that we had? We're going to be having different conversations here today, and hopefully we'll all go home and see where we all need to play our role to help this region maintain that standard. Okay. So if you play that video, all right, so just a teaser, you know, something, call it appetizer, something to just like a cutting razor for this symposium. Are we ready? Can you start from the beginning here? Start from the beginning.
The prominent and friends charity project. I want to go back to the about.
All right. Okay. Yeah. I mean, the important thing is this video was recorded. I mean, if it's happening in a village, in a remote area, maybe we could say because of the educational disadvantage of rural areas, maybe we can find a way in our mind to excuse it. But it's right here in the metropolis. These are primary schools in a region that had free primary education 70 years. Is this the standard? That we want now? Because it is happening right here within the metropolis, I think that should call for concern, about the standard that we are currently living with. So Boutique is here; they will help us to look back. What was the standard then? We will then be able to compare what is the standard now and see where we have missed it, if at all we've done that. So I'm going to hand over to Mrs. Age to help us officially kick off the program. Thank you very much.
Good morning, sirs, and good morning, mass. Thank you so much for making our time to be part of this wonderful program. We're very grateful and we're very happy to have you here. Everybody is very, very important to us here at the Commission. Thank you so very much for making our time to come. We understand the fact that some people have to make the journey this morning as early as possible to ensure that they make the event. And so we say thank you very much. I'm not going to be inviting everybody, some people to the high table here. We already have people here, so I'm going to call the other participants that are going to be here to please come and join the other people that are already there. I'm going to call, Professor Abayomi Aribabu is currently in Abuja. for the Nigerian Governors Forum is to be here this morning, but is unavoidably absent, but he has sent two representatives from Ogun State. I'm going to be calling, excuse me. I can see Mr. Tunde Kilani already. Okay, so stand beside me. Okay, so who's the representative? Okay, so representative of Chief Tokunbo Ajasin, please. Okay, you're most welcome, sir. Thank you. Okay, Dr. Aye Salami, Reader and Head, Early Childhood Education Unit, Department of Early Childhood Education, University of Ibadan. Thank you. Mr. Ola Okweson, Education Consultant, author of On 5-5 We Stand. Dr. Sulaiman Adediran, please. Senior International Consultant, EU Ministries of Education, National Monitoring and Evaluation Directorate. Thank you very much, sir. Professor Adefunke is already on the seat. Thank you so much, ma'am, for coming. Appreciate you. Dr. Adebola is also seated with us. Thank you so very much, sir. Mr. Tunde Kilani, for some of us who may not know him, is already seated. Nigerian filmmaker, director, producer, cinematography, beneficiary of first cohort. Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Olushola Ayola, CEO, Robotics and Artificial Intelligence Nigeria, please. Thank you very much. And my Director General is also seated here. Please let us. Thank you very much. You've done that. Okay. So the next person. Okay. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thanks so much, Ms. Zagi, for that introduction. So we move on to the next on the agenda, which is the national anthem and the Southwest anthem. So we stand.
Our Lord shall be our signal, that truth and justice reign. This is our heart to honor, and this we count as gain. To my children, Allah is our
Thanks so much. You can have a seat as we invite DG, Director General Dr. Shayeri Oyeleye, to have us the opening remarks. You're welcome, sir.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, fathers, brothers, sisters, on behalf of the entire team at Dawn Commission, Development Agenda for Western Nigeria, I want to welcome you to the historic Cocoa House, 10th floor. Before I have a prepared speech, and I can assure you it's only 2 pages, so not to worry. But like to speak extempore initially, to acknowledge your presence and to say thank you for finding time in this season. December, Christmas season in Nigeria, we know how easy it is to gather important dignitaries, eggheads, people who time is very valuable to make time to come here. When we're planning this and we chose this date, when Shegun kept saying, did you? Because I told Shegun we'll do it next year. He said, no, we'll do it December. And I told myself that, let's come here, what's about on December? He said, DG, we'll do it. I'm excited. So when I saw people coming in this morning, very excited to see the turnout. And it shows the importance that you have attached to what we're about to discuss this morning. Though we did say 10 o'clock, but there were some challenges along the way. So it's making us start now. Whilst I started speaking, one of our leaders, Honorable Wale Osho, just walked in. Good morning, sir. For context, Honorable Wale Osho is the chairman of Afenifere Renewal Group, ARG. and that we have a Dawn Commission today started with the efforts of ALG so many years ago. Dawn is 12 years now, but they had done the work like 14, 13 years earlier when they put up a document called the Dawn document under the ALG and Yoruba Academy. And it was that document that they took around to the 6 state governors that then gave back to Dawn Commission. So when we have him here, we have the fathers of Dawn. Of course, Dr. Adebola needs no introduction because they were among those who wrote that document that gave back to Dawn Commission today. Thank you for making time out, and sorry for the ordeal that you had to go through on Lagos Ibadan Express Road this morning. It is part of the challenges that this region is facing when a group of people can decide that no one will pass on the road and use their trucks to block coming out of Lagos and going into Lagos at Ogeri. For more than 2 hours, people were stuck there, all because one of the drivers had an altercation with a government official. You know, part of the challenges we face in this region is that we've ceded part of our space to those who respect no authority. And we think that we have decided to normalize the abnormal. So when we go through a place like Ogeri, there's a feeling of helplessness. But you have to ask yourself that there's no way we will have an ungoverned space in this region. Because if a group of people can decide to block a major artery in this region, all because they had an altercation, God forbid if it was something bigger than that. He had to, of course, because he knows his route, he had to navigate inside bushes just to get here this morning. We still have 1 or 2 people who are on their way. They still cannot get here. In fact, one of them was crying. She thought it was, they told her it was a Fulani herdsman. So we had to, because she saw so many of them, we had to calm her down on the phone that no, I spoke with the Commissioner of Police, spoke with SS Security, that they will resolve it, don't worry. But you know, it's part of the challenges of federalism that we operate. Because, you know, if we have, and someone said, oh, it should be misused. I'm sorry, this is a bit off pop, but we have to say it. Because, I mean, this is the intelligentsia of Southwest sitting down here. That's one of the reasons we need state police, is for us to be able to govern our space. We need to be able to govern our space efficiently and effectively. We cannot carry on living a lie, which is what we're doing. So I'm sure the Commissioner of Police that went there this morning, they had to wait for orders from Egbetokun or whoever in Abuja before coming to seize control of a space in the state. Forgetting that those who are affected, the last time I checked, I'm not sure there's a difference between federal human being and state human being. So, you know, and this is a discussion that will continue to push until we get what we need to get as a region. Because, you know, I travel a lot, and anytime I get to Ogeri, I'm using Ogeri as one example. That is one area that it seems as if we have lost total control. And again, it is repeated. It happened once, but like a year ago, the same thing. And you can't tell me that if we have authority, we won't be able to control our space. And it is a known fact that some of these people that we are together with as a country, they only thrive in a disorganized environment. The moment you organize your space, they will find their way out. It's as simple as that. They only thrive in disorganized environment. So that is why you find them, They thrive riding Okadas everywhere. The day Lagos State restricted Okada about 2 years ago now, more than 50% left Lagos. They left. Yes, of course. They came here. So what I'm just trying to say is that we need to organize our space. We need to do better. And for a region that that had free education 70 years ago, we shouldn't be here. And for me, that's a tragedy. That 70 years later, we're still struggling on how to handle those who don't want to conform to the norms and values that we hold here, 70 years after. I mean, we've organized ourselves as a region well before independence.
Yeah.
But today we are here. Today we talk about out-of-school children in Southwest Nigeria.
Yeah.
Why? 70 years after free education. We still see dilapidated schools, classrooms, 70 years after. But, you know, it's not a lost cause. And the reason we have institutions like this, you know what excited me the most in the last 1 week was when General Musa was being interviewed at the Senate, when he was being screened.
Yeah.
And they asked him a question. How come security in Southwest seems to be working better? And the man said, simply because the governors are cooperating with each other. That is why it seems as if they have better security. For me, that's a validation of the work that is happening here at Dawn Commission. The fact that our governors can bury their political hats, and I was in the room with them just 2.5 weeks ago. And in their discussions, you could see that they don't know about our Accord Party because we now have an Accord Party government. They don't know about our Accord Party or APC or PDP. When it comes to matters that the region, they are very, very keen on making sure that our space continues to thrive. Sorry that I digressed. Thank you. Distinguished delegates from ministries of education, esteemed members of the Parent Teachers Association, Nigerian Union of Teachers, State Universal Basic Education Board, retired teachers who laid the foundation, beneficiaries of that historic first cohort, principals and teachers, members of the media, our revered elders and our virtual audience across the region and the globe. I welcome you to this momentous symposium. 70 years ago, our forefathers confronted an education crisis of staggering proportions. The Western region faced what can only be described as an educational catastrophe. Only 35% of school-going attended primary schools, compared to 65% in the Eastern region. We had a mere 25 secondary grammar schools against the East 105 per million of population. We had only 6 secondary schools compared to 20 in the East. Illiteracy was endemic. Infrastructure was virtually non-existent, and education received negligible priority in colonial budgets. We were educationally inferior to our peers. Today, 7 decades after that revolutionary intervention, we gather not in celebration alone, but in honest reckoning. Our Southwest region faces we have teacher training institutions, we still face capacity deficits. The irony is painful. We who pioneered universal free education now struggle to maintain the standards we established. The question that brings us together is fundamental. What made their success possible, and what lessons must we relearn? Chief Obafemi Awolowo and his Action Group team did not stumble into success. They were guided by clear, non-negotiable principles, encapsulated in their motto, freedom for all, life more abundant. They believed in 4 freedoms: freedom from British rule, freedom from disease, freedom from want, and most importantly, freedom from ignorance. These were their operational frameworks for governance. Awolowo articulated a belief that must echo in this hall today. Every citizen, however humble and lowly his station in life, has a right to demand from his government the creation of those conditions which will enable him progressively to enjoy, according to civilized standards, the basic necessities of life, as well as reasonable comfort and a measure of luxury. This philosophy drove educational revolution. They recognized that every child possessed talents that must be discovered and developed, regardless of birth or circumstance. Environmental and hereditary handicaps could be eliminated through deliberate state interventions. To our forefathers, it was a governmental duty to ensure equality of opportunity. What distinguished Awolowo's administration was not the absence of obstacles, but their pragmatic solutions to them. They faced towering financial constraints, administrative impediments from colonial officials who monopolized the civil service, and skepticism about their ambitious plans. Yet, they possessed what he called an abiding, flaming faith in the soundness and practicableness of our plans. When the Cocoa Marketing Board refused his request for grants, Awolowo innovated. He reduced capital expenditure from £9 million to £3 million by building semi-permanent school structures with permanent foundations and mud walls, buildings that would last 50 years. Think about this. In 1955, they were planning for 2005. They were building the future in their present. Only Nigerian contractors, scorned by European firms, helped erect these structures. When expansion of teacher training was required by January 1953 to meet January 1955 launch date, they used hired houses. They did not wait for perfect conditions. They imposed a 10-shilling levy on adult male taxpayers. They placed an embargo on non-essential expenditure, including staff housing, forcing government officials, black and white, to find accommodation in Ibadan. They redirected resources ruthlessly. 41.5% of spending went to social services, with education alone taking 39.363 million out of 51 million pounds allocated to social services. They provided 80,000 pounds for 200 post-secondary school scholarships in 1 year, unprecedented when the Nigerian government had not even awarded 20 annually. The results were transformative. Primary school population rose from 492,542 in 1953 to 1,037,000 in 1959. Secondary schools increased from 25 to 139, with an additional 363 secondary modern schools. Secondary school enrollment jumped from 6,775 to 84,374, larger than all other Nigerian regions combined. Teacher training colleges doubled, accommodating 11,000 trainees by 1955. I acknowledge the efforts currently underway. State governments are constructing new infrastructure and recruiting more teachers. Quality assurance measures are being implemented to improve learning outcomes. The Dawn Commission and the Plain Initiative are addressing out-of-school children. These are commendable steps, and we must not diminish them. But commendable is not sufficient. We must relearn and reapply the principles that made 1955 a watershed. First, we need the same resolve and priority setting that characterized Awolowo's administration. Education received 76% of social services expenditure then. What percentage does it receive now? We must conduct an honest audit of our budget priorities and make difficult choices about expenditure cuts in non-essential areas. Second, we must plan for the future in our present. Are we building schools, training teachers, and developing curricula for the Southwest of 2074? Or are we merely reacting to today's crisis? Long-term thinking must replace short-term fixes. And thirdly, we must eliminate every barrier preventing the discovery and development of our children's talents. Our Lord believed that whether a man's talent is one and another's is five, each should have equal opportunity to develop what he has. I believe this should be our vision for every child in the Southwest. Every out-of-school child represents a buried talent and a squandered future. This must be intolerable to us. Fourth, we need the same ruthless efficiency in resource allocation. Available resources must be maximized. Public-private partnerships must be genuinely productive. Teacher capacity building must be continuous and properly funded, not an afterthought. And finally, we must measure ourselves, not against lowered expectations, but against the standards established 70 years ago. When we pioneered, others followed. We can't pioneer again. In conclusion, this symposium is not merely historical commemoration. Us to sleep today. 25 years looks long, but it's so short. What are we doing to prepare the Southwest child for 2050, which is 25 years time? Thank you very much indeed.
Thanks, Mr. That's wonderful remarks. As
recording in progress.
It's something like it brings a memory lane. Of course, I'm a historian, so I can recollect, I can relate to some of these things that DG said. And of course, I was not there, but we made it in history. This is the reason why this symposium is even very, very important for youth like us to hear from those that experience this free education and how it has impacted their lives. Of course, it has impacted our region as a whole. But as we are going on to the next on our agenda, which is the panel presentations, I would like to also recognize Dr. James Fadokun. He's a plain FCDO, is present with us here. So we also like to recognize representatives of Lagos State, of Commissioner for Education of Lagos State, also of Osun and Ogun, who are also present in our midst. We are welcome all the representatives for the commissioners. So we also like to recognize all our medias who are present in our midst. You are all welcome once again. So we start the conversation. First, we would like to introduce Chief Tokunbo Ajasin, who is ably represented by let me say Baba Wole. I know. So you are welcome, sir. And we'd like to hear your presentation. You can give me the round. 10 minutes. Ìbà ọmọdé o, ìbà olùgbàlà. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the paper prepared by Chief Tokunbo Ajasin, and outside the country for now, but because of health problems, he could not be on Zoom to address you. So I was instructed to go and deliver the paper this morning. So I start with the introduction. I will read one or two pages, then summarize the rest, so not to waste our time. I can attribute my qualification to speak at this symposium to two major reasons. One, the writer of the policy on free universal primary education of Western region under the auspices of Action Group led by Chief Obafemi Awolowo is my progenitor. Two, I was also a personal beneficiary of free universal basic education, which we commemorate its 70th anniversary today. He started with them in 1955. That was his first day. January 17, 1955 was his first day in school. So late Chief Adekunle Ajasin, my father, single-handedly wrote the policy, which was inaugurated in Western region of Nigeria, January 17, 1955. The same year I started primary school at the missionary school Owo. Before the colonial education, during the colonial era, primary school education was primarily established by Christian missionaries and later regulated by British government, which provided grants and served administrative needs like clerks, administrators. The system was not designed for mass education, largely selected development of the populace. Education was elitist and selective. Curriculum was modeled after British with emphasis on arts and humanity. Western values, which largely ignoring the indigenous culture and practical skill relevant to local communities. Formation of Action Group. Under the ideology of democratic socialism, we all are very conversant with the meticulous manner in which Action Group, which came into existence in the old Western region, and superlative performance of party under the administration of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. Today, every day we all reminisce about the Western region 1951 to 1959. We call it the golden era. First television, first floodlight stadium, first housing and industrial estate, several other firsts, including first universal primary education. But how did it all began? Immediately after the formation of Action Group, there was supposed to be an election in 1952 in the Western House of Assembly. In order to prepare for this election, the party had a manifesto and campaigned with this manifesto. So the Action Group was first party to prepare a manifesto, which was openly criticized by NCNC. Why do you need to prepare a manifesto? Why? An AG brought forth a clear manifesto and policy paper. At the meeting to decide and prepare this policy paper, the manifesto program will
excuse me, after the enumeration of various subjects in which the papers were to be written, members were told to pick the area they are interested in preparing. My father, Chief Ajasin, chose education and local government. But when he discovered that Chief Obafemi Awolowo was keenly interested in local government, he dropped it for Chief Awolowo. Chief Babalola also chose education. They were both commissioned to write separate papers on education with a timeline for submission. That was the character of action. If you are giving an assignment, there is a time you must submit. If you fail, so you will be punished. By the time Chief Ajasin finished writing the paper, Chief Babalola was said to begin. However, Chief Babalola concurred with the papers presented by Chief Ajasin, and it sailed through at the party level. The paper contained 3 recommendations. 1, introduction and implementation of free primary education, establishment of modern school, and 3, establishment of crash program to train teachers. The background, Chief Adekunle Ajasin was in 1945 doing postgraduate studies in education in London. So, and that was the year British started their free primary. So he was able to learn, and in fact was part of the organizers of British free primary education. So this was what informed me that we must bring this good thing back to Yoruba land. So essentially, the ideology of democratic socialism encompasses not only education policy, employment policy, health policy. Because of this, everything was related to one another. So you cannot, as you are planning education, primary school leavers, if they fail, where they will go. If they pass, where they will go. If the pass is grade 1, then they will get scholarship to secondary school. If you fail primary school, farm settlement training center was established for them. So in the next 6 months, the failure of primary school will be earning income after the 9 months training as farm settlement. So everything, we should not look at free primary in isolation. They encircle everything together to produce welfare economy. So that everybody, then in the establishment of schools, there are areas they will send roofing sheet, only roofing sheet to a village. So the villagers will use mud to build the classroom. So the school sporadically spread. So by that time, and they see the house, but few beautifully decorated with air condition. There are buildings constructed by Seun Shagari that has not been occupied since 1982. On Igbogan, Ikire Road, you will see this building. So there is a policy which comes from up. If education policy comes from federal, it will not work. It must be bottom-up policy. So these are some of the things which these people discovered. So when they were implementing the free primary education, today we will now ask that giant step, what reversed it? What reversed the giant step? In 1983, there was a coup. December 1983, But what encouraged that coup is that Professor Gambari delivered a paper at ABU and said with the free primary education in Lobo State, the 25 years development, which was ahead, where Yoruba were ahead of Northern region, has increased to 50 in 1983. So when the military guys from the north took that paper, what are they going to do? Their decision is that they must stop the free primary education in Southwest. So the coup of Buhari came to stop the free primary. Why are you saying that emphatically? I was a class teacher in charge of Bola Ige School in 1987. So they sent a company to us that we should hand over all Bola Ige School free education books to them. When we added, then where are you taking me to? They said they have been given instruction to take it to toilet rolls, tissue paper. I wrote a paper, Education in Yoruba Land, so I can send copyright. So so you want to change Bible, mass textbook that has not been other countries, an edition of a book will last 10 years, even in Britain. But in Nigeria, every edition, every year, there are new edition. So what is increasing because of education in Southwest is that it's a deliberate federal government policy. One, it was the same time they canceled newspaper industry, Okuiboku, they make sure they vandalize everything so that cost of education will be higher. And the worst of all, when Babangida was in power, they instructed they put primary school under local government and said all local government were owing federal government. So they didn't release funds for them. For 9 months, teachers in primary school, public primary school were not paid. That's how public school became, people rushed to establish private schools. So that is the origin of private school everywhere now. Because the public school teachers are not going to, students are not going, teachers are not going. For 9 months, they didn't pay them salary. So we were forced to move from public school to private school to increase the cost. So, but the long and short, education in Yoruba land is such that the spiritual foundation which our forefathers laid, nobody can destroy it. Amen. Tí wọ́n bá ní wọ́n mọ̀ ní, àwọn ni wọ́n wà lẹ́yìn o, àwa ni wọ́n fẹ́ fà sẹ́yìn, ara wọn wọ́n fà sẹ́yìn. Thank you very much.
Next on our list, because we don't really have much time, is we have Dr. I.A. Salami. We are the next to give us the presentation. Yes, please. We have the big boys.
Good morning, Leader. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah. It's okay, brother. Maybe I should do my myself. Yeah. Please, permit me to stand on the existing protocol and again to tell you that everything I'm presenting here, just like my Uncle Biodun said the other time, is based on what we read and information we get from books. So now that we have the principal actors, it's just permit me to present it. My name is Asel Shola. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. Now I was given these 6 points to talk to. These are the 6 points: historical context and conceptualization of the free education program, policy formulation and implementation strategy between 1955 to 1966, funding mechanism and resources mobilization, challenges facing during the foundation year. Grammar school, and also a pioneer principal of Molusi College, Ijebu. Note that, please, because we are talking about education. Next slide. Challenges faced, 3 major challenges that they face there. 1, parental attitude towards enrollment, most especially girl child. 2, shortage of manpower. And 3rd one, lack of proper funding. Next. Now, Adani was talking about how they got prepared. This set of elders, Yoruba elders, did something for just 2 years. You need to look at those things. For just 2 years, alignment campaign was mounted. 90% of educational budget was spent on primary education. I think it was my director that was talking about 76% of their total revenue was on education, and 90% of that was on primary. Massive teacher training, curriculum were developed, establishment of new schools, and rehabilitation of old schools, just preparing for 1955. Let's go. Now, long time, I can't just. Oh, all right. Thank you. I will finish. In all Africa, that education happened to be the largest free education system. Look at others. Look at the increment in enrollment. And look at that point number 4 there. 90% of school-age children in the region were enrolled. Please, you can see others in my slide later. Long-term educational, okay. Next one. Now let's compare to East. At East then, free education was also proposed in 1953. But they were thinking, whatever it costs to, the local government will take care of 45%. The parent and whoever cares will take the remaining cost. When Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe and UI Akpabio came as the Premier and the Minister of Education in their region, they jettisoned that educational system. They started another one that will be 8 years. And what happened? There was no preparation. Look at the point of Amaele 2006, say something there. He said almost everything except the pupils were absent. There was no preparation, no resources, nothing. And that educational system started failing the second year. Next slide. The actor. What I want you to note here is that Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe is a doctorate degree holder. Yeah. It's not about how well you read. It's about, is it your area of specialization? Actually, I have nothing to show. I don't have information that you are Akpabio. I don't have. Next slide. Northern region, the same thing. These people, because of religion and other things, they did not want to accept that educational system. So they do it. In fact, they passed the ordinance, I think 1960 something. It was 1962 before they passed the educational ordinance. And it's one-man show. Let's go next. Let's demand. This is the one-man show. I discovered, I looked everywhere. Those who was the Minister of Education in the North when this man was the Premier? Nobody. They were talking about Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa was the minister for the whole nation, not for northern region. So that is the show. Now let's go. Next slide. The fall of UPE. Now in 1960, because of the military coup and all those things, something happened. Look at that point number 4. I know number 1976 national LPC was established and UPE was made a national project. Somebody, the director said it when he was talking. And that marked the fall of quality because Baba Obasanjo was the one with the principle of Jeka Common Lukobo. You could now see that West is growing, the children are doing well. It's not happening in the East. It's not, and he became the national president. Then the idea is no. Let's lose the idea of West to all right. I will not work. So I will not work. That is, we lost it. Please, let's go. Move this slide, please.
Next slide.
Well, I said we still have the searchlight. You know, I started by saying we must look for this education. We have the searchlight. You to bear will help us. Throughout the whole 6 states, we must use that. Next slide. The projection. No, go back one. Let me quickly look at this, please, in 1 minute. If the future matters, no alternative to quality, equal access, free, universal, compulsory basic education to our children. There's no access. Western region UP was successful because the actors were educators and educationists. Who are we appointing as minister and commissioner of education? Our children, our children, and Baba Ajashin children went to the same school their father was given to the populace. Successful Western education was not by accident, but with adequate preparation. So what extent are we preparing? There was a project, I will wrap up with that, sir. A project from my university, master degree student. We went to Oyo State. We want to know how do you come about the budget of education in Oyo State. Ladies and gentlemen, we discovered that that budget is being suggested on the table in the ministry. It was never coming from the primary school. It was never coming from the local government. It was never coming from the education authority. Somebody just sat down and said, I'm on telling That is how we prepare for education. Ladies and gentlemen, last one, just go to the conclusion. To my elders, Aboro, one of the former blood, thank you very much.
The discussion is getting more interesting and more intense. So, of course, the essence of this program is also to pre-launch a book written by Mr. Olaokweson. It's called On 55 We Stand. So we are going to call Mr. Olaokweson now to give his presentation, particularly on that particular. As is coming on, we have the editors media present with us. You are welcome, sir. One doing the
So I'm starting my own time.
10 minutes.
Good morning, and thank you for having us here, Dawn Commission. Well, thank you very much, Dr. Sheye Oyeleye. Thank you for having all of us, and please permit me also to stand on existing protocol. So we know the title, we know it's 70 years on, the tone has been set very well. Really, just seeing everybody here, hearing the speakers who have spoken already, I just want to say 7 hallelujahs, like my mum would say, and go and sit down, because we know the script. Action is what remains. But let's go to the next slide, please. I have 5 points to speak on as well. You can read them yourselves there for 10 seconds, and we move to the next slide. So in terms of writing the book, so we have heard of some of the protagonists, but of course, there were many more people supporting them as well. So we have Awokoya, the minister, we have Awolowo, who was the head of AG, head of the founder of Egbe Dua, also of UPN, and that's where I come in, because I'm a child of 1979. In 1979, at least I can say I witnessed that. I was in Form 3. Okay, so we also have, so Awokoya, Awolowo, and Papa Jasin. So we thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming, sir. I really appreciate your coming. Yeah, so they were the ones who started it off, even way back in the 30s, way back in the 40s with the colonials. And there's a lot of history to that. But let's just go on to when Adeoti says the golden era. And he's describing that golden era as being from 1955 to 1966. And let's just take a comparison. Some of these stats have been mentioned this morning. But let's just take a comparison of then and now. If you look at what was happening during that golden era, between 1954 and 1964, the education budget. So when we're saying the education budget now, this is education budget compared to the total budget for the Western region as at that time. For those 10 years, it ranged between 29% and 41%, an average of 36%. If you take our current education budget for the whole federation, it ranges over the last 10 years from 2015. It has ranged between 5.2% and 7.9%, an average of 6%. There you see a clear 30 percentage points difference. And it looks like it's finance that's the main thing, but it's not really that. Finance is a key thing, but it is not the main thing, as we'll go on to when we slide. And what you have is that, no, yeah, it's just 1 minute. what you'll find out is that the current literacy rate for our nation is 63%. Some people say it's in the mid-70s, but let's just say 63%. This is from macro trends, and a 61% attendance rate for 6 to 11-year-olds. Now, if we had sustained what we began in 1955, we would be in the high 90s, as it was then. I'm glad you showed me that stat, so thank you very much. I was looking for that stat, I couldn't find it, so thank you for revealing that. So it would definitely be in the high 90s, 97, 98, 99% is what would have been the literacy rate and the attendance rate for the whole federation. Next slide, please. So the key thing, if there's one thing we can take from this, is that it does not start. We can look at that quote, education for all, wherever it is going on in the world, has nothing to do with the wealth or poverty of the people. And that almost sounds absurd. That often sounds paradoxical, but that is the truth. So for example, at the time in the 80s, it's from Paishulani, when he wrote that quote, you had Saudi Arabia with a high GDP, you had Brunei with a high GDP, but very low literacy, at least relatively speaking to other nations. Whereas on the other hand, you had a country like Cuba with low GDP. However, they had many engineers, many doctors, because they valued education. So the number one point is that it starts with us, the people. It starts with the people in government. It is the will to place education as priority number one. Once we get that right, once we say we're committed to that, we're dedicated to that, all other things flow. And really, I can almost sit down now and say my job is done, but let's go to the next slide. So other things which I have found out through my research as well, and a lot of it was through research. I wasn't there in 55 as well. I was born in 66, and even if you're born in 66, you won't be able to know those things which were going on. So for example, policy continuity. I've heard someone speak about mother language tongue, and I had like 5 minutes prepared on that, but I had to take it out. But policy continuity, I think the research is done by APCOMB and Jekayefa of 2019, and they call it policy somersaults, their 2019 paper, yes? That we have repeated policy somersaults, and we think in terms of electoral cycles rather than in the long term, which is really 10, 20 years. Reliable statistics. There is a paucity of reliable statistics. And as has been said already today, that bold vision led to good planning. That detailed planning is what made them increase the taxation in myriad ways. Also, it helped them to lower the cost. As it was said, rather than use cement buildings, 9 million was reduced to 3 million. And I tell you what really made it happen. For all the increasing in the pool of money that was available, for all the reducing of costs, I think what this is why I go for 5 minutes. Thank you very much. Because it's bigger than me, you see. So once he tells me time is up, yeah, I'm going to sit down. Yeah, I can't. Okay. So, but you see, what really made it happen is linked to this cocoa house. Our cocoa reserves, we had reserves in terms of money, which was being saved in the UK. Plus the interest, plus the reserves. It was a rare collaboration between the Action Group and the NCNC. And they said that derivation from your region, let it accrue to the regions. And because that happened, they were able to fund universal primary education a lot better. Next slide, please. So there are 12 things on this slide. I'm just going to speak to you about the first two. Gender. At one time in Ibadan, because this is where it started from, we had a ratio of 4 boys to 1 girl going to school. This is coming from Adioti's book, if you want your source. Okay, but nowadays we know that education is more or less equalized in terms of gender. And if you work in schools like I do, like Mr. Bambushe does as well, you will find out that the girls are actually doing better than the boys. Don't shoot me, your gentlemen. Oh, you know, it's good. I'm sure some of you will be like, what are you saying? Don't come and fight me later. Again, religion, as has also been stated here this morning, we know that with regards to religion, many people of the Islamic faith were reluctant because truthfully, as a Christian, I can say there was an intent to convert from the early missionary schools. Yes? Okay, so based on that, there had to be a campaign. And you see, the key thing was that one of the things that did happen was that even though the program was going to kick off in 1955, the groundwork was laid from 1951 when the Action Group was formed through to 1952. Yes, and the taxation started then. How do you start to tax people in 52, 53, 54 for a program that's going to start in 55? And of course, there was great resistance to it, as you can imagine. It wasn't as easy as we think. There were many hurdles to surmount, and thank God they did. Let's go to the next slide. The only thing please go to the next slide. The only thing I'll say about the previous slide is that we're here today in the offices of Cocoa House because of the Dawn Commission, which is an educational think tank. That's being cerebrally minded is something that is known for, this region is known for. So in terms of lessons, simply improved planning. Based on what we've said, yes, it's that will, and that will is what's going to lead to improved planning. Fewer policy somersaults. It's not about an individual, it's not about a group of people, it is about what is best for our children. Okay, and we've got to think of in terms of long-term policies and not electoral cycles. So a new curriculum has come out, and that's a good thing. And there are many good parts of the new curriculum which came out this year, about 3 months ago. However, there could have been wider consultation. Let me just have a quick feel, because there are a lot of intelligence there. Can I have a show of hands if you were part of this curriculum? If was anyone in this room part of this curriculum? Have a show of hands. The new curriculum for secondary school, released like 3 months ago. But I hope we're aware. One person. I will come and speak to you. So I want to know a bit more about it. This is how you find out this. So let's clap for Sir. Look, at least he was part of it. Thank you very much. I'll come and speak to you. So, but still, I still think they could have had wider collaboration. Now, education as a curriculum in most parts of the world, even in the UK, even in America, the curriculum is far outdated. It is far off beam. And when you hear people talking about education as scam, or as our good friend sang, teacher, don't teach me nonsense, there's a reason why. Here is a gentleman whose dad was the first president of the NUT, whose dad was a headmaster, whose mum was a very well-known activist, whose brothers were doctors, saying, teacher, don't teach me nonsense. You must know that there's a reason why. Because if education doesn't connect with your current situation, if it's not relevant to you, if it doesn't connect with your culture, it is no education. What are we teaching people? Okay, so we should by now, not just, you see, what we do is we teach subjects and we get you to store that information that might be useful at some later mystical date. And most of the time, by the time you need to use the information anyway, you're forgotten and you quickly go back to your textbook. But what you really need to do, PBL stands for project-based learning. We need more project-based learning, we need more investigations, we need more experiments. So that a lot more of it is what do I see? So project-based learning, very briefly, is what do I see in my society that I need to improve? You start from there, and you can even do this with primary school students. You start from there, and you say, okay, I feel we need more water in this community. I feel we need more electricity. You know, think about what Fela was talking about, water, light, food, housing, yeah? It is still with us even decades later. So you think of those things, and then you say to yourself, well, which maths can I use to solve this problem? Which English can I use to solve this problem? What ICT, what science? And that is the way it is supposed to be. And that's what is going to make it more relevant. Next slide, please. So we have a gap between additional to, God bless you, sir. That's all I need. So we have a gap between policy and practice because according to our Education Act in this country of 2004, it says that every child should be in school. You know, during 1955, the discussion was, should we make it free primary education, should it be compulsory or not? And they had to remove the compulsory in 1955 at the time because there was a lot of backlash apart from the taxation and the idea that you mean I have my child and I cannot take my child to the farm. If it's compulsory, you won't be able to do that. Even though that now came onto the Act, into our policy in terms of 2004, the Education Act, as the DG has rightly said, many children are still roaming around the streets on a given school day, on any given school day. And so that's the reason why we need to bridge the gap. Of course, we can see what's happening with regards to the finance. There's never going to be enough time where there's going to be enough finance, but you have to bite the bullet and make a start. I think in terms of a state of emergency, one has been declared in terms of security. We need to declare a state of emergency in terms of education. That really needs to be done because we need some form of super minister, this is at the federal level now, that would have an oversight of education, or at least a lot of all of education, some parts of in terms of science, sometimes in parts of the youth strategy, so that we can synergize everything and make sure that we get all of our children into school. And the last thing about security, of course, if you know anything about the military, they have their hard objectives, they have their soft objectives. Your hard objectives you can pursue with your arms, your ammunition, your artillery. But at some stage, if you want to, even if you win the peace, if you want to keep the peace, this is where education takes its place. And if you've ever heard of the Ife, Morakeke riots, for some of us, I know we have heard of them, and it used to be a perennial thing. It used to be an every year thing. And what eventually stopped it was that they were sitting in the same classroom. That's a whole story by itself, and that's for another day. But in terms of security, the soft targets, the winning of hearts and minds, it's education that will speak to that. And I'm going to leave it there and say thank you very much. Sorry, one last slide. The last thing I'm going to say is that just as we have 12th of June and we mark 12th of June because of democracy now, just as we mark 15th of January, what's happening on 15th of January? Every 15th of January in Nigeria is what? Armed Forces Remembrance Day. On the 17th of January, we need either a region-wide or a nationwide free education day. Yes? Thank you.
Let's try to manage time.
Please do.
The chairman, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be part of this very important forum today. I'm also to talk on retrospection and projections. 70 years of universal basic education in Southwest Nigeria. It is important to mention that universal basic education, as we have it now, was different from the name Chief Obafemi Awolowo gave to it when it was launched in 1955, January 17, 1955. It was actually called Free Universal Primary Education. So that was launched on the 17th of January 1955 under the Western Region government. And that it remains the most transformative policy intervention in Nigeria's education history. It became a catalyst for mass literacy, human capital development, and socio-economic advancement throughout the Southwest. Of course, other parts of the country, the North, the East, actually followed. I think it was the eastern part of the country that followed 2 years after, later. As this iconic policy marks the 70th anniversary this year, it presents an opportune moment to evaluate its past, examine its current realities, and chart actionable pathways for future improvement. Of course, like I said at the beginning, the free universal primary education launched in 1955. Later on, was we then had the universal basic education in 1999. So the Southwest, long considered the cradle of public education in Nigeria, has continued to pioneer innovations in access, equity, and quality. Yet persistent challenges in infrastructure, teacher quality, funding, and learning outcomes demand renewed strategic thinking. This presentation responds to these imperatives by exploring contemporary initiatives, sustainability options, and data-driven recommendations for enhanced effectiveness. The historical overview, I can refer back to it. The 1955 free education legacy. The 1955 policy was revolutionary in 4 principal ways. 1, universal access. It opened education to all children regardless of socioeconomic background. 2, government responsibility. It positioned basic education as a public good. 3, infrastructure and expansion. Schools, teacher colleges, and inspectorate system were massively expanded. Number 4, social mobility. It laid the foundation for the Southwest comparative socioeconomic advantage in Nigeria. Over the decades, successive administration in the Southwest have built on this legacy with reforms aligned to the national UBE standards. And you see that all the states in the Southwest, Lagos, Oyo, Ondo, Ekiti, and Osun, they continue to propagate and build on the free education policy. Well, I look at contemporary free education initiatives in Southwest, like I said. The major priority areas when you look at the free education policy, you look at abolition of school fees in public schools, to provision of provision of instructional materials, textbook, learning aids, and so on. Of course, this one varies from state to state. When it started during the time of everything was free, including textbooks and everything. Now, most states don't even supply books, but at least tuition is free. Also, we have elements of feeding, which federal government also actually is also a major financial of that too. And then these days we talk about digital learning platforms. For instance, in the state we had the DA class, and we still have digital learning going on in our classrooms. I think Lagos State introduced Excel. We have some other states with I think are going at a particular time in Osun and so on and so forth. So, the digital platform for educational revitalization in the states, through which we still have the learning management system that is very, very versatile, and of course we have the digital lesson notes that our teachers are also using for teaching and learning. Then we have teacher professional development driven by technology, related to what I've just said. And then construction and rehabilitation of classrooms, laboratories, and hostels. Those are the basic things you find in the free education initiative in all these states up to now. Talk about sustainability measures and innovative funding models. Well, when we look at the increasing fiscal constraints, the free education requires diversified funding strategies. Of course, when we say education is free, then somebody will still have to fund it, so funds will have to come from. So we have various viable models. We have a public-private partnership, PPP. For instance, in the state, we also have what we call the Adopt a School program, through which individuals, corporate bodies, individuals can actually adopt a school either fully or partly, and fund in totality or maybe partly fund. But in all of this, government still play major roles. We have corporate sponsorship of infrastructure. We have ICT partnership for digital learning. We have foundations and donor agencies support. Of course, we also have some states having what we call education trust and endowment funds now. I think the state we're about to launch ours. The bill has actually gone to the governor for our transmission to the state assembly, so that this can be another viable, another viable funding model apart from the normal budgetary allocation. Of course, we have community co-financing models where communities also participate. We do have community schools. Say we have a policy of taking over those community schools, but we normally give a sort of guideline guidelines on how community schools should be run before we take them over. And then we have performance-based finance, linking funding to measurable improvements, teacher quality, attendance, enrollment, and the minimum learning outcomes. And then technology-driven efficiency also. So we look at contemporary challenges in basic education. The challenges range from infrastructure deficits, and that has to do with things like overcrowded classroom, aging buildings, insufficient laboratories, water, libraries, sanitation facilities, and so on and so forth. Of course, others are teacher quality and deployment. Here you have shortage of teachers, or at times you have urban-rural distribution gaps, which is actually about skillness. More teachers want to stay in the urban areas, and then there is need for digital competence and pedagogical skills. Also, we have enrollment and retention issues, dropouts due to poverty, early marriage in some communities, and child labor pressures. Of course, we also have learning loss and low foundational skills. Studies have shown globally alarming decline in foundational literacy and numeracy exacerbated by COVID-19 and still continues. The cost-benefit analysis of free education investment, when you look at it, you look at economic returns, increased lifetime earning for graduates, higher regional productivity, greater entrepreneurship and innovation. Of course, we also have social returns. We have reduced poverty, low crime rates, increased democratic participation, better health outcomes. And then I have intergenerational effects. So when you look at an educated person, educated parents are more likely to raise educated children, sustaining long-term human capital formation. And every investment in education, every 1 naira invested in education is likely to yield about 10 times or 15 times that in terms of long-term economic value for money, measuring educational outcomes. A strong outcome-based accountability system must measure foundational literacy and numeracy, attendance and retention rates, teacher performance indicators, school effectiveness metrics, digital learning uptake, and then transition to secondary school, that is minimizing maybe dropouts. So evidence-based policy must rely on continuous data gathering through educational management information systems like the one we have in the state, digital platform for educational revitalization. So through learning assessment and community-based community feedback loops.
We're very sorry for the breaking transition.
Scorecards, community-based monitoring. Of course, I also talk about promotion of inclusive education to support learners with disabilities, ensure that we have no learners left behind. Also, we need gender-sensitive interventions. We need also to support children in hard-to-reach areas. Then we need to implement a regional basic education compact. So Southwest states can jointly, together, harmonize standards, share digital learning infrastructure, like we talk about digital platform for education and fertilization that we have in the state, which other states can also key into things like that, so that whatever we are doing can actually have this harmonized form. So also coordinate, we can look at area of coordination, teacher coordination. coordinate teacher training reforms. So, in conclusion, I say 70 years after the groundbreaking 1955 pre-education policy, Southwest stands at a critical crossroads. While critical progress has been achieved, the realities of the 21st century demand renewed vision, sustainable financing, and innovation-driven strategies. By strengthening teacher quality, leveraging technology, improving funding efficiency, engaging stakeholders, and ensuring data-driven accountability, the region can build a stronger, more resilient basic education system. The next decade offers the opportunity to sustain the legacy of the past while projecting an inclusive, future-ready education ecosystem that empowers every child and ensure that we have a robust education system all over the Southwest. Thank you very much.
I don't have any 5 minutes left because we already had
part of this very important
so you already had his presentation way back before we have this event. So we so much have. Let's give him a round of applause for having the time to presentation, because the commissioners, and we heard the commissioners are having a program in Abuja. So that's why he was able to at least give us that honor to have his own presentation. And while he was having his presentation, we have the representative from the Ministry of Education. We have Mrs. Oladipo right here. You are welcome, ma'am, from the Ministry of Education, Oyo State. So we go straight to the next on our list, which is Dr. Suleiman Adeniran. Adeniran. Sorry, sir.
I always correct people when they call me Adeniran. In case you want to write a check, right? Adeniran.
Mo kí gbogbo ilé o, mo kí àwọn aṣíwájú mi o, ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń bọ̀ lẹ́yìn náà mo kí yín. Ọ̀rẹ́ débi tá ń lọ. Now, when I was asked to come and speak, I told a colleague, a senior colleague, and this is what he told me. He said, interesting, 70 years is pre-independence, but we seem to have lost focus. When he said that, I said, yeah, but I didn't agree with him also. Should we not refocus if we have lost it? So that's where I want to start. I'm used to doing this myself. So let's see whether we can sync. Next slide. Now, people have talked about it, but if you look at this matrix, what I've tried to show is that 55 to 66, the Western region had its own education plan. Then there is the military centralization, where you have everything has to be on the same. But my experience here, because I was part of this, is that even if it is centralized, if you have the passion and you are innovative, you can succeed. So, and that is why we went through the military thing. We got the first impact, National Primary Education Commission. Then we had the UBEC also. In between this, we were in office. I was Oyo SPEP between 1984 and 2003. But we were determined. And these were some of the things we did. Yes, slide. So we told ourselves we must have our own blueprint. Okay? Yeah, Oyo SPEP, there are other SPEPs, we must. So we had the first one. We said we must create friendly school environment. When you use the appropriate tools. So next slide. Okay, now there are authorities here who know about this, but the issue is that the old methods are not working and they will not work. And if we allow the train to leave us, that will be the end. Okay, so our teachers must be trained on new things. Memorization. I went to an occasion and the poor children were asked to memorize. One of them missed a line and that was it. You know, so we have to go back to basics. I don't believe in coming to stand here and reading from memory. Anyway, I'm old. But even in the younger days, I cannot put everything. So we must change this attitude of memorize 1 times 2, 2 times 5, 5. It doesn't work. So but we must help our teachers, and it has to begin with the institutions. Yes, one more slide. Yes. Okay, so competence. In years past, nobody will believe that you can do CBT, but people have been forced to do it. So we need to have the passion. We need to be innovative so that, and then we can redesign our schemes. Yes, final slide, I think. One more, yeah. Okay, so I have summarized some of the issues here that we need to tackle. But let me end this by saying this. Somebody has challenged me and said, why is it that all the development are going to the north? Then I said, have you said you have problems? And problems come with, do you have data? Do you have development plans? If you don't have, nobody is going to help you. So we need database. We need to develop ourselves. We need to be able to say, this is our problems and these are the issues. Years ago, people say, no, we don't have out-of-school children here. But what's the issue now? Oyo has one of the greatest. We have had BESDA. They have tried, but it's not enough. So don't let us say, oh, we don't have problems. And this thing was started in 1955 here. We have Cocoa House. I think sometimes some of these things overwhelm us. We can innovate, but to innovate, we must be passionate about it. I'm happy that my younger brother is here. Fadokun, can you stand up? He's from Plain. They are doing a lot to help, but unfortunately, we are not helping issues. I'm saying this because I'm a Southwesterner. You know, but it pains me when I meet some of them. Oh, what are we doing here? You call for a meeting, you have workshop, and our people will not sit down. Money meeting. I've had that. I've had to talk to some of senior people and say, why are you doing this? We train people up there. They sit down, permanent secretary sit. Here we don't. We don't. But when the money comes, or when the issues come that they have to, the World Bank, the plain people will say, what are the issues? Show us evidence. So I think one of the things we should take away from here is we need to refocus, we need to be innovative, and we need to be passionate. Thank you.
I'm so much happy for helping us with the time. Thanks so much, sir. So a round of applause once again for Dr. Suleiman. Yeah, so we are on to the next speaker, and she is no other person than Professor Adefunke Ekaine.
Good afternoon, sirs and mass. When you're almost the last speaker, it's like everybody has said what you want to say. So I'm just going to emphasize on my passion. And I want to thank my last speaker, Daddy Eshegonsa, because he had mentioned one or two things that is in my slide. So let's just go to the next slide. I was given some topics, and looking at it, I just put it together and I said, well, let's look at the lesson that we're learning from what Baba did, 70 years, what are our current realities, which most people have mentioned, so I won't go over it there. Then what exactly is my passion that I think matters? And that is where Baba stopped about child-friendly centers, early years, and all those. So thank you, sir. So let's go forward. My name, as you have heard, is Adefunke. Omo Ife Mutiwa. But you know, I've married to River State. So at times when we talk about Nigeria, some people like us, we're wondering, where do we belong? Unfortunately, my first son married a Taraba girl. So you see, in as much as I want us to look at things in, this is my region, this is this, but somehow we're together. And whatever, which is one of the things Dr. Salami mentioned about Baba Wolowo saying that the children you do not train, they're the one that is going to affect the ones that you have trained. I wasn't going to come again because somebody very close to me was kidnapped on Thursday. And you all know, right here in Ibadan, and they're asking for 50 million. Yes, sir. 2 days ago, another pastor's daughter was picked at much as we want to look at, we're here, Southwest. We may be close, but three things came to me, and that is the preparation. When it comes to education, we leave education to the last. We hardly prepare for education. We just think it's something that we can wake up and just put money together or buy, you know, even the fundings that we're giving, we're just buying chairs, we are buying this. That's not it. That is really not it. And funding, we thank God the director mentioned how much was spent. What I saw was that 41.2%, you know, we saw. How much are we giving? So if the Southwest want to actually learn, then funding, UNESCO say 26%. I think it was when Obasanjo was on the president that we had about 13%. We've never had anything close to that, even up till now. So if we want to learn from the past, then we must put money there. We must walk our talk, and the money must be put at the right place, in the right place, must be used for the right thing, which is early childhood, which is where I'm going to. And then we must encourage the girl child. I'm happy that I looked at the pictures and somebody said you are breaking barriers. Out of 11 people or 9 people, that's the only female that they put there. Let's thank God, they have brought us to this table. At least we're talking. Yes, thank you very much. Please, the next slide. So we are saying that the girls are in school, but are they really in school? Driving from Akobo to here, by that roundabout gate, I mean, what is it? Idiakwe. Every morning, you see young girls there. You may say they are not Yorubas, they are from the north, but they're here. And one of the things Baba did was Baba made sure everybody went to school. So whether you are Hausa or you are Igbo or you are Idoma or you are Niger Delta like me, you are here. So you must go to school. So I'm going to say that our government should please do something about those children that are roaming about.
Yeah.
If you look at the population, 0 to 14, which is the blue, we're going to 2050. As at the end of this 2020, we are close to this 2025. So we are close to that demographic. 41% of that age graph. 14. Well, 0 to 5 is pre-primary, child-friendly centers. And that is where we don't give any attention to. Please go forward. This is by zone. So you see Southwest, where we have 35.47% of us having 0 to 14 years. But we do not give attention to this. I'm sorry to say, I'm from Oshun. When Alec Beshola was there, because I teach in the university, and we were looking at early childhood data by UNICEF. For 6 years, there was nothing in Osun State. Because a government believed that but globally, emphasis is on early childhood, 0 to 6, because 90% of our brain is developed at that time. The critical things that we need for the next generation, the critical things we need for AI, for robotics, for communication, for whatever it is at that time. You might say, I'm about lost school, but sir, look at it. In those days, one lost school, but one more lost oko. Mama she's communicating with that child. Mother-child bonding. They didn't go to school, but they practice more psychology than we that went to school. And that's why I tell people, you may think that, well, we didn't go to school until we were 10 or like this, but they did things that now psychologists and brain development. Daddy mentioned something about the neuroscience, brain development. 90% of our brain connection, stimulation is done between 0 to 8. So when we don't focus on that, and we now know you are giving me 1 minute. Yes, I will finish. Okay, thank you. You wrote 15 minutes, you change it to 10 and 4. Now. Yes, they wrote 15 minutes, they changed it to 10. This next slide. The emphasis I want to say is that the current realities we have mentioned, because only 35.6% of children between the ages of 3 to, which is 3 years to 5 years are in school, in early childhood. Those in Oyo State, I know they are working, but I don't know whether we have 70%, whether we have 60%. We don't have. We have the lowest in Africa. Go and Google Ghana, you'll see. I mean, countries around us, I'm not talking of Niger, but countries that are, they are investing their money in the early childhood sector. The next slide. Another thing that is a reality is that there is constant funding for this, but I'm told, or we read, that most states are not providing the matching grant. So they can't access the funds. There's a lot of money for security. But when you spend money on security and the individual is not secured, but you know, when I'm educated, I know I have to show empathy. I know I have to collaborate with my brother. Whether you are from Niger or you are from, you know, already my mind, there's a mind shift. We are all from different backgrounds here, but we can all talk together because we are literate, because we know what we're doing. You can't come up tomorrow now and take a gun. But somebody that you have not put in school is fully frustrated. That's something I saw online yesterday, and they were talking about boys and how boys between the ages of like 9 to 16, they rebel. And you know, the person was research on it. And you find out that at that point in time, they can decide, they can do a lot. So a child that has been left to survive, that has been left to struggle, at the end of the day, that child does say, well, let me just do anything. Because their value system is not what we value. And that's why we must be concerned about them and about us. If we want to actually move ahead. Go on, please. I have 2 more minutes, so go on. So I said, way forward, we must educate children now and early. Yeah. We must leverage on technology. Half of us, we are what they call
digital dinosaurs.
We are no, they are analog. They are born in it. All we do with our phone is just send text, send picture, do like this and all those. By the time they pick it, so but if a child cannot understand basic numeracy and literacy, what are you talking about? AI? Are you talking about, you know, robotics? So that's why we must know that we must start early. I was going to show a video of the Chinese classrooms or Singaporean classrooms. If you see what these children are doing, all the phones you are handling is from primary school children in China. Meanwhile, we have people that are finishing from our big universities that have read computer science and all those. Yes, they can't repair, they can't code, they can't do anything. So we are spending money in education, but we're not spending it at the right place, in the right place, and with the right content. Somebody had talked about curriculum changing. We need to change our curriculum. We need to look at a lot of things. You know, I'm sorry, you mentioned, were we there? I'm on a platform. I didn't just want to raise my hand because we told the minister that you don't change curriculum without the participants. You don't. And you don't just come today and say, you told us we had a meeting in August, you said by September 15, when we're resuming school, everything must be done, this and that. I said, where is the curriculum? You said because of plagiarism. Yes, sir. I'm in a platform and we have meetings because of plagiarism. I said, if I want to know what is happening in Canada, I'll just Google and I'll see. So what is plagiarism? So we are not talking yet. When we want to change things, then we do it the way it's supposed to be done. Before they come and say I should sit down. World leaders have made a landmark commitment to increase investment. The G20, you can Google it. They met recently and they all said, look, early childhood is the answer. Early childhood is the answer. Because 90% of the brain development starts there. Investing in children's learning, care, and well-being is not just social spending, but one of the smartest economic decisions a country can make. So for your state, for Lagos State, for Ondo State, Ogun State, wherever state, and for Nigeria, the clarion call is we must spend our money where we are supposed to spend it. The moment the child is born, the stimulation, the care, the nurturing must be there. It is when the child knows and is safe and the child understands, then the child can partake in industrial revolution, fourth revolution, whatever it is. A child just jump. No, I don't say, I mean, just go to that roundabout. Every day I pass there because I drive to Jebu and I'm just wondering, what are they doing? Can't the government just pack them and put them in a class or something? Please go on. So go on. So we share. So for us to prepare the children for future workforce, we must emphasize all this that has been mentioned. Where do we do problem solving? Where do we do creativity? Where do we do communication? I'll tell you in the early childhood class, all these things are instructional materials.
Yeah.
When I bring all these bottles together, all this one, they're talking about shapes, they're talking about size. The one is heavier, one is not heavy. They are playing, but they are problem solving.
Yeah.
They are communicating, they are creating things. So we need to invest there. Then in our curriculum, we're talking about including financial literacy, entrepreneurship, and global citizen skills. Not just fast math and English.
Yes.
Life has moved.
Yes.
I did soon.
I did.
I was a 16-year-old girl who is in a secondary school in my church on Sunday. The father was talking about, she's already an entrepreneur. She's in SS2. And I asked her what she's doing. She was wearing a letter, a name. She said she made it from waste. She has, her name is Rere. I said, oh, you are going to do one for me. Yes, she's in SS2 already. She's thinking, she's producing something from waste. And she turned it to a bead or something, and then she put her name. So if she doesn't get a job, a white-collar job, of course she will do something. Yes. And with that, because of the knowledge she has, she won't sleep around. She won't just be having children every 10 months. She does what she has. Because our population is going to rise, because if you don't train the women, no contraceptive, nothing, they'll just be graduate. I had the men alone, so because of that, you can't be saved, you can't even walk in your state. I mean, this is really annoying. I mean, asking 50 million for something. Even if they are Darosha, did they work because of you? Yeah. And because we want to be politically correct, we can't say no. So I think there must be boundaries. It's in one of my slides there. Funding is crucial. We should infrastructure. We should improve. Oh yeah, nice. Everything is there. Nice. The time to act is now. To plan for tomorrow, we must learn from yesterday. Baba took time to plan, invested money. Invest in children's early childhood qualitative education. Invest in their teachers. I'm sorry to say, Oyo State has employed over 3,000 or 10,000, I don't know how many, but smart. How many are early childhood experts in those kindergarten classes? How many did education? Or is it because Dr. Salami is my political? I'm not a politician, I'm a classroom teacher. Invest in the system, let it be fair, let it show equity, and let it be safe for everybody. The funding, we should have monitoring and evaluation. We should have data-driven policy implementation, not somebody sitting down and say 5% get one. Please, I think I'm done. Is that no, go back. Please go back. I'm going to read it because we are celebrating Baba, and Baba said it 20 years ago. The children of the poor you fail to help train. We never let your children have peace. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Please invest.
Thanks so much, ma'am. Also for
when I was in Ife, you will have been shouting, "You don't win."
This is not Ife. This is the bad. So we on our last presentation, we have Dr. Olushola Ayola.
We're actually doing well time now. We're on the last presentation.
Before we now have the beneficiaries to share the experience. So we have Dr. Olushola Ayola, the CEO of Robotics and Artificial Intelligence RAID Nigeria. So you're welcome.
Thank you.
The DG Dawn Commission, sir, all education stakeholders, including reps of commissioners across the Southwest states, our elders, first beneficiaries of free education policy, including our Baba Tunde Kelani, permit me to stand on every other existing protocol. I know I gave them my slides, but I'm happy they are not projecting it because the Yoruba adage says that Oju Lorowa, not Ojumo Mauron Lorowa. So I would like to maybe do a nice wrap up of all the conversations with a few lines that I have. And I pray I don't go above 10 minutes because so many things, so much have been said that are really vital. And I hope we don't lose those points. But I would like to start by saying that education is not cheap. Just like lack of education too. It's not cheap, as we are beginning to see with our insecurity across the country. But when you use the word free education, for many people, the quality, the value, and the investment erodes them. They forget that society is pouring a lot. Even in a country where the teachers are not being funded or paid adequately, the sweat of that teacher, with the hope that their reward is in heaven, is enough investment for a child that knows the value of education. So I personally want to suggest in our projections that even in maintaining this concept of free education, we should probably make use of the word sponsored. So people know that somebody somewhere is sacrificing for their education. And I said this because for me, I had the very rare privilege of getting federal government scholarship to go to the University of Manchester for my master's. And then I enjoyed the UK's government scholarship for my PhD, same in UK. And one day I was just on the road and I saw a big banner across the city where the University of Manchester is that said, for the next 5 years, the university plans to spend £6.5 billion for renovation. I said, what are you renovating? I'm already impressed. £6.5 billion, when converted to Naira at that time, 2015, was already more than half or maybe 1/4 or 1/3 of Nigeria's entire budget. And they are still investing. So that tells you that even if we are spending a lot, we're just barely scratching the surface. Now, having said that, I want us to now agree that the times have changed, as has already been said. Education is now digital in so many ways. Just take, for example, this conversation we're having. I'm glad that it's also being aired, on the virtual platform. What that means is that on that virtual platform already, some AI in there is taking note of everything we are saying and can summarize it for our benefits. So that is to tell you that our citizenry, particularly here in the Southwest, that are educated, must even now become digitally educated. But I have a problem because when we talk of digital skills, we are talking of the future, and this is now. So many people are going to be disenfranchised. They are going to be left behind. The digital gap is going to widen if people do not understand how to take good advantage of AI. Just as it was said earlier, that if you are still doing things the longhand way, when you can maximize AI with AI, optimize with robotics and IoT, then there's going to be a problem. But I want us to cast our minds to our society where we have some evident challenges. A very well-trained medical doctor is trying to treat a patient, but is administering a drug that is adulterated. Because somebody somewhere who did not really learn anything, but just wants to be a doctor or a pharmacist by all means, thinks that I can just put one or two things together and form a drug. So that means that while we are training those who are going to be theory experts, who are going to be the real experts in the hospital or in the court or anywhere else in the schools, we need to also look at the stratified level of education. Those who are not willing to go to universities, what kind of education are we going to even offer them? Because I've been in the space of makerspace, I would call that, which is robotics and AI. I have seen many people bring their children and say, this my child doesn't want to go to university. He said he just wants to build robots. Can you please train him? We spend time trying to let them know the value of physics and maths and chemistry in all of this. But for some people, they are just better with hands-on. And that's why we need to make sure when we're talking of free education or sponsored education, apart from the primary and secondary, we should also look at the non-formal education and have some centers like that. Because I worry a lot when you see mechanics across the states or painters or carpenters not being able to do some things to the level that they should. Do you know how many non-Nigerians, particularly from Togo, are being invited to do POPs? I'm glad I didn't have that. I mean, because they are trained. And when you tell them, like there was one of them I told and I said, oh, The person I called before didn't do well. They said, oh, is it Nigerian? I said, yes. Ah, that's why now. If you call us now, we will train us very well for this kind of thing. So that's to tell you that education must be stratified. Know which one you are, know who you are forcing to go to universities, know who you are allowing to chase other dreams of theirs. The issue of digital skills cuts across AI, cybersecurity, software development, app development. Why am I mentioning app development? Because AI is a data-driven system, and whoever owns the data owns the whole AI solution. So that means that whoever owns the app that is collecting data from you owns your AI endeavor. So what that means is if we are not training people to know how to use data, to use AI, to protect data, cybersecurity area now, then we are not really going to go far. Curriculum must be revisited almost twice a year. Even at the level of teaching people how to build AI, we've had to adjust our curriculum almost twice now within a year. At the point we're teaching people how to build websites and then trying to get them all the way to how to build AI. And then we realized that the world has gone so far now that we must now teach them how to build what we call AI agents. But the span of 1 year will not be enough. So what did we do? We told them, oh, you know what? We will now include how to build AI agents. But that lesson of how to build websites, let AI teach you that one. So now we teach them prompt engineering on how they can use AI properly to learn some things that are basic while we go for the advanced. So that's to tell you that even the schools need all this curriculum revision. But also, we must try to ensure that they are retrained. The teachers must be retrained. We must ensure that projects are passed down. And this is very important for us to take home, please. If you ask me what was my final year project in university, I can tell you. And so many people too have. But all these projects just get stopped and dumped somewhere. Can we ensure that before, there's something I'm doing right now. It's a training we are doing. There is this challenge of bureaucracy. We are able to rejig a curriculum in a university, must go through some processes. But at the level of training centers, any day, any time, an expert that is not a trained tutor but has a skill can be invited to teach. So we need to have that level of partnership. For example, my facility is not an educational, it's not an academic institution, but we are always on ground to support universities and all that. Either they come through internships or any other kind of research support. So we need to ensure that for every institution of learning, there is an attached training center. It will also benefit the training center. Then third component is the corporate society. Can we have organizations use the solutions that these particular students and researchers build? Because we have a case where no matter how good you are, the Nigerian corporate world may not even use your solution. Because naturally, we don't trust our people. We don't trust our solutions. And there must be that level of mandate that every organization must show how many locally produced softwares or hardware or brainwork have you used this year. Maybe that can, in a way, influence the taxation policy, if at all we'll be taxing them more or less. And then finally, a call to action. Let's ensure that brain drain is discouraged. For every investment, and I hope that, for example, the first beneficiaries will tell us, now that you came with your accent, I can imagine that you have abandoned us in Nigeria, sir. We have to make sure that all those that benefit from our free or sponsored education must bring it back to impact our society. So that in the future, when we talk about 70 years again, we will say, yes, these are the impacts that they have brought to our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you much, Dr. Mishola. And we also have Ms. Esther Anama from Talent Code Africa, who is going to be just 3 to 5 minutes of presentation.
Right. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Esther Anama, and I'm the founder of Talent Code Africa. I read a report by the International Finance Corporation that states that by 2030, about 230 million jobs across sub-Saharan Africa would require digital skills. Is this not a gap already by 2030? Is Nigeria ready for this gap by 2030? And where are the talents that actually meet this demand by 2030? Our students are the ones who meet this. The students we have right now in our primary and in our secondary schools are the ones to meet this demand by 2030. So this shows that there's an urgent need to upskill our students technically and prepare them for the future of work and prepare them to meet this demand. It's been amazing listening to Dr. Olushola and a couple of other speakers on AI, integrating this into our curriculum and the new curriculum reform as well. And this is exactly what we do at Talent Code Africa. I'll cite some examples. Some countries, let's look at China. China has made AI compulsory across all its schools, all its grades, primary, secondary level, even introducing it to students as early as age 6. The UAE, they're one of the first countries to even make AI compulsory across all their schools and all their grades. Israel is not even left out. They introduce it to students as early as age 8. So Africa must not be left behind, particularly Nigeria. Who agrees with me on that? Who agrees with me on that? Particularly our public schools, because I believe that a lot of private schools have adopted this. I don't see why our public schools should also be left out. And this is what Talent Code Africa is here to do. We're here to bridge this gap and ensure that our students at different tiers are job relevant in future. Now, how do we implement? We have our own curriculum, and our curriculum is consistent with ISO standards, which we integrate. I understand that a lot of schools are already integrating things like coding and robotics into their curriculum. But when we talk about the full scope of STEM education as a whole, it goes beyond just coding and robotics. And that's exactly what we do. So we offer a full range of courses, 9 courses in total, from 3D animation to virtual reality to artificial intelligence, to mechatronics, embedded systems, IoT, which is Internet of Things, including drone technology, and then, of course, the programming and the coding as well, fully integrated into the school curriculum. Some schools are running this as a club optional model, but I don't believe in that. I personally don't believe that some students should benefit and that some students should actually be left out. And so we do a full integration. And I think this is really happening at the right time because there's been a reform now. Of course, under digital literacy, this has now been made compulsory. But I would ask again, is Nigeria really ready for this new curriculum reform? We're thinking of capacity, right? We're thinking about curriculum, and this is where we actually come in. So like I said earlier, our curriculum is consistent with ISO standards, and we issue certificates to our students. So at the end of each session, we issue certificates, and at the end of each term as well, if they finish all the way to SS3, there's a certificate of completion that can be presented in any part of the world, as ISO is an international certifying body. And I remember Dr. Otra also speaking on hands-on learning, which is very important. I believe that in traditional learning, particularly here in Nigeria, we've done a lot of theory, and our students are really tired of that, So what we do is to ensure that students can apply what they're learning practically and use that to solve problems that are plaguing our society today. That's exactly why we have technology and innovation to actually solve problems. And so we don't even bother with theoretical learning at all. We go right into project-based learning where students can apply what they're learning and use that to solve problems. You have problems around education, around agriculture, you have problems in health, in transportation, in logistics, and we can use technology to solve all these problems. And that's exactly what we're doing, using innovation and technology to build critical thinkers, problem solvers, and creative thinkers as well. And so we have our training institutes. I know capacity is a problem. So we ensure that we train our instructors. So we have a training institute, we train instructors and deploy them to schools. But the interesting part about what we do are the competitions, basically. So we push our students to participate in global STEM and robotics competitions like the WRO, that's the World Robot Olympiad, the first Lego League, and the first Tech Challenge. We just trained some students at Vivian Fowler, they went to Singapore to compete. But I would ask again, why is it that it's only our private schools that are adopting this and enjoying this better? We need to give equal rights as well, equal opportunities to students in the public schools as well, at primary and secondary level, to go out and compete on global stages as well. Compete and understand what their peers are doing and learn from them. But we can't do it alone. We need the support of the government to actually do that. Right? And that's why we're here today. So I'll speak again on why now is the time to integrate this. now is the time, not just because of this new announcement of the federal government, but because Ivy League universities are also prioritizing students that have enrolled in programs like this. I have students personally, I have an instructor that has trained 2 students. One has just been admitted into MIT and another one into UDO. And they were admitted simply because they participated in programs like this. One was given a full scholarship to MIT. So yet again, let's not make the students in private schools benefit from this alone. But there should be equal rights given and equal opportunities given to students in both our public and our private institutions as well. So we are looking to collaborate at Talent Code Africa with Dawn Commission to then integrate this into the schools under the Southwest states as well. And we need your support. So please collaborate with us as well. Give us your full support. Thank you so much.
She has expressed the reason why we need to have her here as one of the speakers. She will be coming to all the states to also showcase what she's doing and how the public can benefit from Talent Code Africa. So next we have our Yoruba Oni Egun. Yes. So we have the Toto Shebi Owesa. So we have the beneficiaries of the first cohort of this policy that we are celebrating today in the House, and we are going to honor them by clapping as they come up to share their experience of what was and what is. So we have Honorable Olawale Oshun, the chairman of Afenifere University.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I stand on the existing protocol, but I must also thank Dawn as an institution for bringing today to happen to all of us. Because all the time I sat there, I have been learning. And a lot of the speakers have touched practically everything that has to do with Awolowo's free primary education that started on January 17, 1955. When I entered primary school, January 1956. So I could still say that I was one of the early beneficiaries. And of course, we carried our school, what do you call it then?
Slate.
The slate, your chalk. And of course, later on, the papers that you write upon. But I need to say this. You cannot talk about free primary education without talking about the plan that went into it. And that is why when Mr. Ino spoke earlier on behalf of Ajasin, it is because even as early as 1951, when Action Group was being formed, and they met in Owo, and they were talking about, yes, the general platform of governance. Okay, we have Action Group. What do we call it? How do we reach out to the people whom we expect to benefit? And Adisa Emi Akinloye, was said, why don't we say Afenifere? Mo fere funra mi, mo fere fun the other person. And that was how the name Afenifere was coined. First and foremost, you are speaking about education. And Papa Awolowo spoke about, I don't want my own driver's son to be driver to my son. That the son of my driver, I don't want him to be driver to my son. But all of us are seated there. What are we building today? We want the driver's son to be the driver to our son. Unless we are not being realistic. We are the policymakers of today. Well, I have even left that because what time is left for me now? But the truth is that those coming behind us, what are they planning? Whether you are talking of education, you are talking of health, you are talking of social welfare, transportation, what is the plan? Awolowo and his colleagues, and Awolowo took the glory for everything, but he never shied away from saying, oh, Awokoya, Ajasin, we're responsible for evolving that great policy on education. And once he bought it, he became the best salesman. Went to the market, went to meet farmers to sell it. Tell me today, what policies do we have that we think can transform our nation, that we are also sending committedly to the ordinary citizen? I mean, so what are the lessons to learn? That's the point that I want to make. That there is no point going back now talking about the explosion in enrollment from 400,000 in 1954 to 800,000 in 1958 and over 1 million in 1960. I mean, that is how the explosion came. So it is for the ordinary person. Are the policymakers of today, are they thinking in terms of the future and how it benefits the ordinary person? Number one. Number two, that was also a project, I'm talking of free education now, that when it took off in 1955, absorbed almost 41% of the budget for that year. And now, one speaker earlier spoke about 7%, 6%. In fact, if they have the chance, they probably won't put anything in there. Because they might as well want to put it on roads, which they can also take everything away and say they've constructed the road. We've seen a minister, one of our leaders, who was told that a portion of the Ibadan-Lagos Expressway had been refurbished or completed, that has been done, and they had approved the money, only for them to say that nothing was done there. So really, people, they would like to put money in such a thing and put it in education. So again, how transparent, and that raises the issue of transparency. When it comes to budgeting, it comes to generation, allocating resources, are we really transparent? And in doing so, do we have the ordinary citizens in mind? I mean, the free education issue threw up so many dynamics. I've spoken about the explosion in registration of pupils. What of the explosion in the number of schools from 3,800 schools in 1954 to almost 7,000 in 1958? Of course, when Jakonde was building houses, people were talking about Ile Adie, Ile Ero, but those houses are still standing today. Until tomorrow, people are saying Ile Jakonde is in Bariga, is in Aja, is in Agege, is in Iba Road. And they say Jakonde house, Jakonde. It's what you do, people will talk about. So when he was doing it, it was like, Iliadia, chicken houses. But then, when Awolowo also was going into free primary education, it was criticized. So, which is to say that whatever policy that will benefit the ordinary citizens, of course, you must be bold to enact it. You must be resolved to pursue it all through. I mean, it's not just, so the boldness and the determination to push it through. I mean, so these are some of the lessons that I can pick out when we are talking of free primary education, 1955. I'm a beneficiary. And even though I come from, I would say maybe I'm third generation of educated persons in my family. But then, as Awolowo put it, it changed the social dynamics in Yoruba land. And I'll go and sit down now, but I will touch one thing, which is that we are talking of really developing as a people. I believe very strongly that Nigeria is made up of diverse people. We are different. Let's not deceive ourselves that we have a responsibility for everybody. For Yoruba land, I want to say this. Sometimes one can be a bit reticent in going public and saying Yoruba people are different from these people or different from these people. Yoruba Academy did a study many years back. We called it net migration into Yoruba land. And we established, we gave these copies, just like the study that came before John. This study on net migration was also given to all the governors in the Western states. And the purpose is to let them know that because in terms of GDP, in terms of productivity, in terms of education, we might be a little bit ahead of others, but that the migration of people that come here are the dregs from the other places. We can say the truth to ourselves here. And that is why all the people that the prof said lined up the street somewhere are lining them up there. Because they are the dregs that are coming here. And from the eastern part of the country, people go there to bring, they have 11 children, 9 children, you bring 4, and you throw them into our own society where people are already planning and having just 2 or 3 children. And you want to maintain standard. And that is why, because we are different, we must try to ensure that we protect ourselves, we protect our interests. And we therefore must not shy away from saying that this is a United States of Nigeria. And that each region, because if Awolowo did not have a region where he could manage the resources, harness the resources, determine what to do with the resources, we will not be where we are. So, which is to say that we will be blessed when this country is evolved in a way that every different area can go and manage their own respective affairs, manage their resources. So somebody who is allowing Chinese and bandits to manage the resources under their own sons, and they want to have a bigger share of the resources coming from South-South. So let us go back, manage our resources, then manage our education, manage our health. I'm not preaching disunity, but we need to recognize that difference, that diversity.
Continue, sir. And the next Egun Lassa. Yes, sir. You have Babatunde Kilani, the Nigerian director, producer, and cinematographer. Welcome, sir.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And thanks to Dawn Commission for inviting me to this event. And I can't tell you how excited I was when I got the invitation. And what I was looking for is more of a reunion, actually, and not sort of a classroom atmosphere. And I was wondering how many of us, 400,000 children that fight to school for the first time on January 17, 1955. Yeah. I wonder where the rest of us could be, but I must sort of put this under historical context about my own development. I was born in Lagos on 26 February 1948. And I was there with my parents until my father one day plucked me from my mother and came to Abeokuta and taught me. Why? I'll tell you why in a moment, because now, when at 70th anniversary of the free primary education, I now realized I was actually 7-year-old. But my father had decided then that as soon as any of the children born in Lagos, at 5, they have to go and live in Abeokuta. So, and I was the eldest child, so I was the first to go. I was like a guinea pig. He just plucked me from my mother and just threw me in the family compound. And I was so raw that at that point, we had never even seen live books. So when we came into the compound and saw books, I moved back. And you know, I was like, you go over the new so my life started from that point. Of course, I cried my heart out every night, every evening. And people who are close to me know when I tell the story, because I used to go in front of the main house on the main road and hoped that the next vehicle, my mother will arrive and apologize to me and say, now, I'm sorry, let's go back home. But I never really returned till I was almost an adult. But in hindsight, I thank my father for that experience. The 5 years waiting for the primary education, because I found out my father would do anything that Awolowo said. So that was the reason. He didn't want to listen to me or care about me. I had to just start with Awolowo. And we grew up and knew he was our hero. We always wanted to be Awolowo anyway. 2 years. I now learned from today's session the amount of preparation and planning and study that went into this. And similarly, my father had given me 2 years to start planning and getting used to the environment myself. So I roamed everywhere. Although everyone told me stories, even my peers, my grandfather, it was oral tradition. They led me into discovering the Yoruba world from an early stage in my life. Anyway, the day came in our khaki, everybody was khaki, and I don't know if we carried the traditional portmanteau. But the schools, the program was designed in such a way that we trekked to school. It was 5 or 7 minutes away from the school, United Primary School. And we go to school and we're just chasing each other, having fun. But my grandfather had put 3 pence in my right pocket. So at break time, when they rang the bell, we just went under the tree, the vendors, food vendors, and the rice, and the stew was very inviting. So I spent 3 pence, and when we came back home, it was like we returned from a pilgrimage. And the rest of my grandfather did stuck his hand into my pocket and discovered I had spent the money. It was meant for decoration. But sometimes it just went on and on and on. So finally, we forgot about it. But it is interesting because that experience had given us confidence to start our lives. Because in that school, we had a library, a small library, and later found my friend, late Dr. Baladio was the school librarian. And so between us, we read everything that we could find in that library. Elizabeth Freeman. I could almost smell the books and then return. And our education started in the Yoruba language. We learned every subject in Yoruba. Not only that, the school had a sports field, we had a football field, and we had an orchard, or what is it? Planted grapes. Orchard. I'm sorry about my English. Orchard. And we could, in the environment, we had to go hungry because it was close to the bank of Ogun River. And we would go and catch 10 crabs, come back, just have a meal before they fed us. And we blended into the community in such a way that religion was not an issue at all. We were all one. Christian, Shamotiba, Ebukumotiba, Muslim, South. And we had a common ground where everything took place. Our diet was eba in the morning, eba afternoon, and eba at night. But it was during the Egungun festival that we had our free intake of protein for the whole year. Because akara was free. You are giving me, what is this? Oh, it's the mic. I thought you are giving me 1 minute. Because this is storytelling. I was expecting that we'll be under canopies. And perhaps some of us will be working still and we'll be embrace each other. But it's an experience that I could never forget in my life. Because after our education in the primary school, we were confident. We were Awolowo children. And what my father had done, he was to give me a preparatory class, 1 year preparatory to attending the secondary school. For some reason, he talked about Government College Ibadan. I failed the exam anyway. And then, not to waste another year, I was admitted at the Abekuta Grammar School. And in some way, I found the footprints of great people who had led or founded that institution. And so for me, it was more or less almost the same thing with my primary education. And in the primary education also, it was mandatory that at the end of the year, every class will present a play. No, it was part of the education. And so in a way, it was rounded education. And finally, I was in secondary school. And by this time, I had discovered photography. and I was not going to let the camera out of my sight. And again, we raided the library, read Baroness, so the things that were not even connected with the syllabus. We just struggled to pass the exams. So finally, by and by, there was almost time to leave secondary school. And by this time, I had maybe ventured into photography practice. He had about 4 cameras and so on. So the first sign I saw was that some of us in the wearing khaki and riding Triumph motorcycle. And say, who is that guy? Oh, don't worry, it's from the Ministry of Agriculture. It's in the Institute of Agriculture or something like that. So I said, So they were the first, to show that they had arrived on motorbikes. So education was very key at that time. So that was the only area. Mine was photography. But confidently, after secondary school, I stayed back, trying to pretend to be HSC student until they started to demand school fees. So I had to run away. But I went home and told my father that, I'm not going to go to university. I'm going to get apprenticed as a photographer. And I spotted Dr. Kubanya and Associates. I said, I don't need the university education. I was sure. So that's how I went into apprenticeship. And from apprenticeship again, 1 year after, I decided, no, it was motion pictures that I liked because I've seen all the films that came to Lagos. And I was just lucky. I normally would scan the newspapers looking for bylines of the photographers, Peter Obe, Desalu, Akin Adedayo, and all of them. They just want to see their picture. And I saw the advert that Western Nigerian Television wanted to train cine cameramen. And I applied. And this is what I wanted in my life. And one day, they replied me that we should go for aptitude test in WAEC. And then there were 15 of us, including some of the staff that wanted to cross to that line. Later, 4 of us were invited for the interview. And to the glory of God, I was the only one chosen. You see, I walked into that place, again, proud, because it was the same Awolowo. Perhaps they had seen Oniran like us, and they have instituted where we will end up. But it was not ordinary training because this is where my professional career started. I was under the best broadcast managers in the whole of Africa because they had hunted those people and put them there. So I was at home. I've had access to all the cameras I had dreamt of. But beyond that, my training was complete in the sense that they gave us the confidence on which we could build a solid career. So, see, from that position, applied, went to London Film School, I came back. And when I came back, worked in NTA for some time, and I discovered that I worked briefly in Nigerian television, and then found out the difference between Western region and the national, where gatemen can become engineers. No, it's frightening. And in Western Nigerian television, you are not allowed to travel or to perform with public transport. It's forbidden because everything was insured. And in Lagos, people can carry camera and ride Okada. No, I've never seen anything like this. Their news department could have only one vehicle. And when it's time for the work and you go and demand for the vehicle, it's going to carry the director children from school. And of course, because of the training I got, I would just say, oh, I'm sorry. And the assignment will fail. The following day, during the editorial conference, they will send for me and the boss, my leader at the unit, the film unit, tall guy, I would just be behind him and I would be saying, oh my God, if only I wasn't this short. If only I was just as tall as this guy, what I would do for them, yeah. And you know, then you said, okay, so there was an assignment, sort of a place, it was not covered. So what do you have to say for it? And I'll say, excuse me, I need to explain this to you. Here you have to decide what your priorities are. You know, if you decide to take government vehicle to go and carry your children from school, and you want me to go, no, I'm sorry, I can't help you. That guy, including my chef on the hand. So don't talk like that. Don't talk like that. You know. So that, you know, it's a shame because anywhere we went, there was a time in Nigeria, you know, you were so proud. And sometimes when I was working, Nigerians don't know where I came from. Some of them, when the Pope visited, and you wanted to enter a government in Nigeria, come and say, are you from Rome? No, I'm not from Rome, I'm from Abeokuta. You know, it showed you the kind of quality of human beings. When I came back, what I did was to go back to the academics and start to work with the scholars. Akim Ishola, Adeya Faleti, Femi Oshofi's son, now Yinka Ibukare, and all of them. And some people have abroad, they've described me as everyone saying TK did not have a university education, but he gave himself a liberal education. And I owe this to our to see all of that collapse in one's lifetime is not good for one's spirit. I'm telling you, I had lost hope already. And I'm not happy again by attitude of us in Yoruba, because in all our homes, children and grandchildren, they are no longer speaking the language. And that is their treasure. That is their currency to the world. Yeah. That's the currency to the globe, to go back. So I'm happy that I sat in this session, and I know some of you who are experts talk about the plan for tomorrow and how everything is structured. I'm going to ask you a question about that. When Obasanjo was in charge, what did he do? Later, that's later. And I'm happy, and I hope that the hope for the future can manifest, perhaps in my lifetime. Amen. The Jarawa Bank. Eégún tí ó bá jó kó tètè jó, òòṣà tí ò bá gbà kó tètè gbà. Ayé ìsìn kò sẹ́ni tó ráyè gbẹ́lá nǹkan nìkan. Ẹ ṣé, thank you for inviting me.
What I'm actually a round of applause once again for and on to the next, we have the pre-launch of this book on 55 We Stand that will be taken over by the HOP head of program, Mr. Abiodun Oladipo. You're welcome, sir. We'd also like to have the author.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Abiodun. And thanks so much, everyone, for your presence in this place. And of course, we've learned a lot. We've learned a lot. We've learned history. You know, from horse's mouth, as they say.
and we are very, very glad. And I think one of the issue, one of the challenges, like Abatike was talking about now, that things seem to be falling apart, is because we don't, I think, let me know, because scholars are here, they can start asking for evidence now. So it is because we don't give preeminence to history. I think that's why all these things are happening. Because we don't give preeminence to history. If you ask now, as a colleague was telling us sometimes ago that they asked somebody who is Obafemi. He said, "Is this Obafemi Martins?" Obafemi Martins. So it's, we have talked about the great work that this Enigma chief, the late Sage, and somebody said he's the only one they refer to as Sage, when we are speaking publicly. So the late Sage, we'll talk about all he did. I've talked about what he did in education, and I think Baba was talking about how he connected everything together. And now, example of what Abatike was talking about now, that some of them that did not go to university, they did not become useless. They still created a path for them. So that we are not celebrating this 70 year in January is an indictment. I don't want to say like Dr. Uchela was saying, on the beneficiaries, because enemy will back. But I think it's an indictment on all of us. We've said this has given us a very solid foundation as a Southwesterner. I think it's supposed to be in memory of everyone. If you are giving birth to in Yoruba land today, you should remember that day. Because from what we have said now, it seems to be the foundation. This is the only green zone, we say it in Nigeria for now. And I remember the last week when they were screening the Minister of Defense, they asked, how come in Southwest, not Nigeria, everywhere is, what's happening in Southwest? It shows that even in spite of all that is happening in Nigeria, here is still relatively peaceful. So it shows that this benefit of that education, that it starts, we can still feel it. And so we ought to be celebrating, like the author said, that January 17th should be declared Free Education Day, so that generation after generations will remember what happened that day. And that will be very significant. So at least for Dawn Commission, I'm very sure that DG will put that in mind, and so that we will continue to do that here, to bring those things to our remembrance. And somebody has now documented those history, so that all of us can have access to it. Our children and children can also read it, because that's also the problem. That's also the problem. Sometimes we're doing a research sometimes ago, and we're looking for maybe the budget or something like that was read by the Premier in 1995, budget speech that was read to the House. We're searching everywhere. I think it was found at one archive. This thing should be everywhere, because it is something that made us different. So it's supposed to be everywhere. And thank God that our brother, Mr. Ola Okpeson, has authored a book that is on 55 we stand. And it's about, so it's not, it's not a manifesto or something, but it's a book of remembrance, so to speak. It's about 1955, what was declared 1955. And it's talking about, if we're talking about where we are now in educationally speaking, that we should remember that we need to go back to see what has worked, to learn from what has worked and repeat what has worked. The community school that we talked about, the sponsor education that we talked about. There are a lot of things that have been said here today that we should take cognizance of and then, try to preach it going forward. So the book on 55 will stand. I think we deserve to, all of us, we ought to have one each and keep it. And I like the title, because it makes one curious. What's the five all about? You know, and before you read it, you get to know that some people, they are very futuristic in their thoughts, you know, in those days. And there is what their deep thinking has led us. So please, is on 55. So please, can you come, sir, so that you can tell us more about it and where we can get it to, you know, so that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much again, Dawn Commission, and thank you very much for everyone who has spoken. Of course, we're here just really to celebrate education, and the book on 55 we starts in 1950. Well, it starts before 1955 because it goes back to the days of Egbe Omo Dudua, when it was founded in 1948 in the UK and then re-established here in the early 50s before it was then converted to, or partially converted to, the Action Group in 1951, as it was said again in Owo, in Pa Jasin's house at the time where they had that meeting. Okay, and you know what? The Action Group almost folded before it started. There had been 6 meetings and Papa Awolowo had invited about 70, 80 people each time. And no more, in all the 6 meetings prior, no more than 11 people had showed up. And he said, you know what? I think we're going to fold this up. I think we're not going to even go for it. And then at one time, the Egbe Omo Dudua here was saying, you know what? We're going to have a political wing. And then they were saying there's going to be no need for the Action Group. But eventually it was resolved that the Egbe Omo Dudua would not have a political wing, and therefore Action Group persisted and existed and then went on to have all those great achievements and great firsts. So it's a book about that started in the 40s, in the 50s, and again, it speaks of the relevance that we have today, the idea that we cannot have a policy flip-flop, the idea that when we have a policy, we have to think long-term. Education is not, you see, sometimes as a consultant, I go into schools and they want me to do something in 3 weeks, 3 months. And sometimes if you're going to be genuine with them, it takes you 3 weeks, 3 months just to find out what the real challenges are before you can go on to start to consult more and make a recommendation. Say to them, let's have a long-term plan. What are your long-term goals? At least 3 to 5 years in terms of strategy, and then go on to implement. So there's a lot in the book, and it's, well, you might be able to get your copy here today. It is 20,000, and then later on it's going to be in booksellers later on this week. Likewise, in the I was about to say in the UK, in London, in Lagos, it's going to be there in Roving Heights. So let me not take too much more of anyone's time. Thank you very much for coming, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, please. You can consult, you can see it before you go to those bookshops to get it. Thank you so much.
Yes, please.
Thanks so much, sir. So we go now to the question and answer sessions, and of course we have accumulated a lot, and we want to also hear from us our perspective, or if you have any questions to ask the presenters, we can signify by raising up our hands. Then we have please just a minute to answer or to ask your questions or to make your contributions. We'll be inviting Mr. Segun Balogun for that. Welcome, sir. So if you have a question.
Okay, questions. You have questions. All right. Let me start. All right, sir.
Party discipline in Action Group and party discipline today. Any difference?
Thank you. One thing that stood out in all the presentations is the passion with which the gentleman who did this thing approached the issue. How can we get that kind of passion back? Because it doesn't exist now. People do things half-heartedly. How can we get the passion?
Yes, sir. Yes, I wanted to ask you privately. That part stopped short because when it was about to just time, he took a decision because he has seen what the West was doing and what the rest of the country was doing. Tell us what happened.
Okay, when Professor Madam was talking about getting children out of school, especially these girls, girls, small girls that are out of school, that we should get them off our streets. That although they are probably away, they're from the north, that they are not part of us or they are not Yoruba people. What I just want to use, I want to use this opportunity to implore our people at Dawn Commission to keep hammering it into the ears of our governors. They should tell their colleagues in the north to take care of their people there, because ìrọ̀rùn igi, ìrọ̀rùn ẹyẹ o, wọ́n ń kó bá wa nílẹ̀ Yorùbá, ó sì ti ń pọ̀ jù. Àwọn náà ń gọ̀kadà, àwọn náà ń fọ́lé, àwọn náà ń ṣe so many things. If they're okay there, they will not have reasons to be coming here. Let them take care of them. Our governors can be bóyá wọ́n máa fi ṣe àwàdà ni, bóyá wọ́n máa kanjú ko fún wọn, bóyá wọ́n máa bá wọn jà, kí wọ́n máa sọ fún wọn, they should take care of their people there. Thank you.
My question is on policies of assaulting. You will discover that, especially in Nigeria, a minister will tell you that mother language is not more important. And not only that, especially in the Western state, a situation whereby the real actor are not really involved. Commissioner for Education, they are not education oriented. And when you put, have you ever seen a non-lawyer being put as an attorney general, or a medical doctor, or a lawyer being put as commissioner for health? The question is, our policy formulators must make sure that, especially in the Western state, the NUT and other stakeholders will wake up so that all those who will implement and the actors should be educationists and not refract, who will destroy the system for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I felt something is missing, which is integrity. Integrity is missing. You see, all the babas there and the mamas there, they've spoken that well. Then, I believe, I'm not saying we don't have people of integrity now again, but we have many of them then that fall in line with the policies of their ogas, because they know that what the oga have said is good. Nowadays, what is happening? Please, Dawn Commission, we've known you for long and you'll be doing your best. You can try as much as possible to talk to the governors. You know the best thing to do. Thank you very much.
Sorry, there's one day.
Well, I want to ask development partners, how can they push our people more? I'm using the word push because I know that they don't push. We have to push ourselves, especially now that we have somebody here who is one of us. How can we get our people? People are talking about policies. We need our people to do it. But from my experience here, we feel we are not interested. Like I said, 3 states are doing a policy now which are being sponsored or supported. Only 1 state is making efforts. So, Mr. Plain, what can we do? What more do we need to do? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Interestingly, my question is towards you, and you have just raised a question for me too. I'm happy to be here. My question is about the plan for the UP. we've talked about the actors, the funding, the community engagement, the political will. Was there a plan? And how effectively was that plan utilized? Bearing in mind that, or maybe some 10 years ago, we have this equity-focused, gender-sensitive strategic plan being developed for states in Nigeria. And from research, our state government are not implementing those plans. Can we learn from 1955 about the Western Region Plan for UP? How was it that they were able to implement it effectively? What lesson can we learn in this generation so that we can also implement our policy, implement our plan, because there have been a lot of questions addressing issue of policy somersault. To what extent was something done differently 1955 that can become a model for Nigeria? Secondly, still question relating to your presentation, you talked about PPP during your term as the chairman, Subeb. Yeah, SPEB, then maybe Subeb later. Okay, SPEB, which brought a lot of things. And we've done something relating to community engagement during the SP years. What is happening? What can we do differently when it comes to PPP? Are we taking advantage of the organized private sector contribution to the education sector? Thank you, sir.
Yes, my question is on how the 1976 UPE program, when it was launched and was grossly unsuccessful. And I think up to date, as we have picked up other programs to start all afresh again, it still end up being unsuccessful. And what could be the cause of being not successful? Through the presentation so far, we'll be deliberating on how we'll plan and implement. Is it the same planning and implementation that is giving us this issue? So that's my question. So I want us to please put justice to his eyes.
One or two more.
Thank you. Mine is an observation, and of course, from the observation, I have a question. I want to believe the implication of what we are doing, I mean, the reflection we are doing, is to pick some lessons from what we have experienced with a view to achieving greater heights going forward. Yes, with due respect to Dr. Olushola, he said education is not cheap. But, and of course, ignorance is not cheap either. Thank you. Thank you for balancing it up. Yes, you see, over the years, our politicians have turned it to a political lyrics and rhythms. Free education, free education. And the reality of what happened in 1955 was not the same as what it is today. And instead, somebody paid for it. So why use the word free education? Let me quickly digress a bit. In Osun State, where I come from, a governor came, I don't want to mention him. He came with this slogan of Master Shishi, free education, free education. What we realized was that the birth rate rose from, according to Wakama Census report of 2006, rose from 2.9% to 3.7% within the first year of Master Shishi. So the sociological implication on the minds of parents is that, this is another Awolowo. So they started procreating irresponsibly. So going forward, are we not supposed to be sensitive to that fact that if government is paying, please say it that government is what? Paying. That the parents, what they are benefiting is from the government commitment. And on this note, I want to pay special recognition to Dr. Adigbola. I met one of your short clips on recursive algorithm. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, excuse me. I want to call our attention. It seems that we're missing out on some key issue. That there is a major difference between education and schooling. If we've been doing much of schooling, are we conscious the time we want to cross from schooling to education? Because when in 1955, probably the need then was to mass school people so that we can have literacy and numeracy. But now, if we get to education, it means there should be a focus, there should be a policy, a definition for the kind of education we are looking at. For example, we've been saying universal basic education, universal free primary education. Do we stop and think if there is need for us to have African education or Nigerian education? Probably this might help us to understand where the language is key in education, because the language is key. You need to contextualize language, the education, so that the education will be like our Baba rightly define something. Education is the training we give to the young one to bring out their capacity so that they can be able to live their best according to the facilities society provides for them. So if we are not conscious that we want to give education, because we have made a lot of reference to private education, for the past 7 years, I've been working with the schools, and the result there is not interesting at all. Most of these private schools are not giving education. They are just mass producing, they are just schooling, training the kids to memorize so that they can regurgitate to pass exams. Are we building education centers that train capacity, or we are building industries that produce exam passers? People that just want to pass the exam, give back to the teachers what they're giving them so that they can score high mark. So that's the attention we need to pay to education here.
Thanks.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Latuji Afiz Abiola. I represent the Nigerian Union of Teachers here. My question first is to my daddy here, Dr. Adenirosa. Adenirosa. And it extends to Dawn commissions too. That what policies did you put in place to secure schools when you were there? I had my primary education here in Christ Apostolic Gospel, okay, for Ibadan. I went to Methodist Grammar School too. We had elderly, old men at our gates that never gave us problem, and we felt secured. Now, the security in our schools is being threatened, apart from the ones that is happening in the north. Here in the southwest, thugs have taken over all our schools, making it principals and head teachers are paying thugs not to disrupt classes. And we know who is training who for what assignment. So please, when the Dawn Commission is coming up with a policy statement for the entire southwestern states, they should make security of our schools a priority. Thank you, sir.
I think we have all the questions in now. Okay, sorry. Answer to DK one. Yeah, we'll go to the answer. Okay.
Sorry. If it's true, then yeah.
Okay.
Good afternoon, sirs and ma'ams. I'm Amuda Adegoke. I'm the Assistant Secretary of the Nigerian Union of Teachers. I just want to take us to a particular aspect of the Constitution of Nigeria, because what we are talking about is about education. And I subscribe to the assertion that says education should not be seen as a saturated space. But when you look at this section, chapter 2, section 18, subsection 1, 2, 3 of the 1999 Constitution as amended,
discover that a particular statement of the government that says this is what and what we will do concerning education in Nigeria, are these statements measurable? That's my question, please. It's not just
Thank you, sir, Amos. My question goes to accountability in our policy. Is there anything called accountability? Because something you cannot account for, there may not be progress. It's not funding alone. Even the life of the learners, teachers and the government should be able to account for it. But a situation whereby there is no account to be given, automatically we may have a policy and it will not work. I pray God Almighty will help us in Nigeria.
There is a set of people I'm looking now for to ask questions. I thought they should be the most frustrated in the room. Huh? Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Okay. So let's start with you, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. I don't know why Abatike should take on me, maybe because I behave as if I'm an historian the other time. But I'm not, sir. I'm just an educator. But let me try that question. Maybe I will be able to get it. You know, I said it at the beginning of the presentation that as I read, I'm not part of those things that happened. But what happened really was that by February 13, 1976, Chief Obasanjo took over the regime after the assassination of Muritala. And that year, that singular year, some noticeable things happened to UPE. The first one was the establishment of the National Primary Education Commission. Then, after that, before the end of that year, this National Policy on Education, the first publication was also done. So, with that, UPE was now made a national project. It is no more regional projects. So, they take over the education of our children from the central. And that made the fall of Yoruba UPE. In my presentation, I call it Yoruba UPE from the beginning, but that was the fall. What really happened was this. I'm not sure, maybe Daddy will be able to, the other people will be able to justify this, but what I read, one, the characteristic of UPE from the east and the north take over the UPE national. How? It was in the record that in the east, almost 75% of their budget, close to 90%, were spent on education and they couldn't find anything. The resources were not there. Nothing was provided. In fact, the author put it that it was only the children that were in existence, nothing again. What is that telling us? Embezzlement of education fund. Now, to the north people prefer education for the adults, not for their children. They said, we don't want you to turn our children to Christian. If you want to give education to anybody, give it to us. Then at the end of the day, North also prefer education for the children of the rich. So there's special program supported by NGOs that are giving public education to the children of the North. What is that telling us? The birth of private schools. Now, preparation. It is clear in the record that northern states and eastern region were not preparing for education. They did not know, unlike what happened in the Southwest here. Their preparation was so poor. What is that telling us today? The preparation for UBEC. Sir, I said something when I was about to close my presentation that there was a little research we did, myself and my postgraduate students in Ibadan. Today, you will hear that budget for education is so percent. Oyo State is one of the states that are giving the highest budget for education. We now went up. How did they come about the figure? Where do they get the figure for budget of education? We went up, we started research from the schools, to the LGA, to the council, to the SUBE, and to the Ministry of Education. We interviewed Commission of Education in Oyo State. at the end of the day, what we discovered was that the budget people are claiming in Nigeria, in Oyo State in particular, was being written on the desk of a table in the office, in the ministry. Nobody go to the schools and look for what they need. What's your need? What do you want? So there was no preparation. So that brings about the fall of UPE, sir. So that is what I saw. But what I think Obasanjo did when he was doing the establishment of this NP something National Policy of Education was that, okay, if Southwestern can educate their children massively, quality education like this, the Nigerian can do it. We have the money. Let's do it so that the North, the East will also benefit. But unfortunately, they don't know how to go about it. And that's what I think we did, sir. I don't know if I answer your question. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Maybe as an maybe we'll take it from there. As a derivative of what he said, I would like to ask the ANCOT and the NUT here. Is there a time that states send maybe a form to you, needs assessment? Does it ever happen? Is it something that happens? ANCOT?
They do, sir.
No, they are in the room here. Let's hear.
You have the information. I'll tell you what happened with it.
Do governments send form to ask, what are the needs in the school? Does it happen?
It still comes once a year.
Okay, once a year. So you feel you send it? Okay.
She answered the question in principle.
Okay.
But to the public consumption, we all know that the disbursement of such funds just goes on the white and black paper.
Yeah, I'm not even talking about disbursements now. I'm talking about whether there's a needs assessment that goes from the school to the ministry.
No, let me say. So there is.
Okay.
There is, but the only challenge, which is I'm not part of the I wasn't part of but their research. So there is, but the only challenge is they mix of data
of the data.
Because there's what they call annual school census. There's no annual school census. Supposed to take record of not only the school, even the assets of the school, that's what they call it is education management information. So that is what they are supposed to use, to collect information and then know what the school will require. But if it gets to the people as budget and planning, I can't say I'm not on that aspect, but I'm just saying that if you have that question like that, they will tell you there is emis that they use.
Okay. All right, sir.
Can I
yes, sir.
We always pass the box. We always say, is this person? What are we doing ourselves? I'll give you an example. There was a time I was working, I think it was for UNICEF, and we were trying to design a program. Attendance in school. Are you aware that teachers mark attendance? By 2 o'clock, they mark whether the children are there or not. And that's the basis of getting your data. If the data coming from the school is not correct, what is going to be correct? So I think the problem is not more of individuals, ourselves. We are not honest. I mean, I like to say, please.
We come to the integrity issue there.
Yes, because when a classroom teacher or principal takes a register, everybody is correct, so that you can get some figures. That is why in the past we used to have state data and national data. State governments will give you data because they think more money will come in.
Yes,
so
sir.
we cannot plan.
Yes.
There was a very bad example. I still remember it when we were chairman of SUBE.
Yeah.
A particular state brought data, and the number of children there were more than the population. Now, when you go back and that state was selected, you cannot reconcile with that data. Up to today, they cannot. So most of these things are things we do ourselves. You somebody was mentioning about impact and UBEC. The problem is longer than that. Local governments were trying to make sure that they get more money. They inflated the figures. That's where you have the change from impact 1 and impact 2. When impact 1 was there was crisis. So they say, okay, let's do first charge. The local government said, no, we are in charge constitutionally. They brought it back. What happened? That's the second coming of impact. So some of us are a little bit afraid when we say local government autonomy. Because when you come there, what is going to happen? In the first instance, will you now tell those who do not belong to that local government to go back to their local government? We had that case when Nwosu was a governor here. Then we said to him, okay, if you let this thing stand, everybody will have to go to their local government. Because some local government were getting zero allocation. Those in the capital. Those who were not getting are off it. So, and what happened? People were deflating the figures. So if in the classroom you cannot get attendance right, how do you blame federal? How do you blame the state? So I think the problem, like my sister mentioned, is integrity. Unless we want to go back to our ways and make things happen. Somebody is talking about needs assessment, and I'm sure that the needs assessment champion, when Oshibajo started this thing, when he became vice president, he wanted us to have budget which we can defend. So the figures were not coming. Those which were coming were falsified. So I think the issue is integrity. If you are not,
the system needs integrity. The system needs passion. We are rounding up now.
Thank you very much.
In 5 minutes, we are out.
I said in that time that integrity.
Yeah.
You see, in Ogun State, we always collect data from schools. And DIPA has made it very easier for us, which is the data platform for education revitalization. Okay. We make use of DIPA now in the state. So the era of having, like Daddy said, having different figures, data that's gone.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying now? If you want to tell us that you need this in your school, you just log into it, to the DIPA, check your school. All the infrastructure in all schools in the state is in this lab, is in my phone. If I see a student now going about, I will just call the person, give me your airline number. I keep it. I know everything about that student. The parents, the mother, the father, the school, everything about that. Even if I want to know the result of any student, because I'm in the headquarters. That's why I have to have it. If you're in the zone, we have 20 zones, which is local government. Each zonal officers have all the information in that zone in the system. You get what I'm saying now? I was at Stadium on Saturday. They were doing this exhibition. And I saw some students and I asked them that, okay, so on Friday, why didn't you go to school? He said, give me a line number, which is learner identification number. I keyed to it. You know, he said he was going to Ashiro High School, but I saw it at Ashiro High School. I checked the register because we mark register online. I checked the register. We are not to school on Monday, on Tuesday, Wednesday, and today. Why? The boy was just looking at me. So if you can do that, no commissioner can advise whether governor. Yes. Yes. So when you have a proactive governors and the commissioner for education, you see, you will know that all this is very easy to track.
But then, sir, if a child doesn't attend school for 3 consecutive days, shouldn't the system flag it? That who is responsible? What is that? Because if you didn't encounter that student,
thank you very much. You see, I checked it. It is the responsibility of the ZDU, which is the local commissioner in that particular local government. You get what I'm saying now? And if the teachers or the principals, if they want to play somehow, they can see it in our phone. That is what I want to say. You see, I expect, sorry, I'm very sorry. But once we have collected information from schools, you key it into the system, and the ZPA, the SPA, zonal port and school port administrators will have keyed everything to the system. They will pass to the ZPA, ZPA will go to the school to verify what they have there. They will say, okay, it is correct. They will then pass to the ministry. So once it is in the ministry,
sealed. So you cannot change anything. You cannot go and change your results. The era of Yabo pass, because your result is in my hands. You cannot tell, except if the parents and even if the parents are not literate, you can just go to this center. Ever be print result to Momiwa. It's been printed for you. So data is very easy. Once the key to the system. So enemies are said by my brother. Education management information system. Enemies. They are functioning perfectly well. Thank you very much.
So maybe before you round up, I can just say this, that we have the key officials of the ministries here.
He wrote a letter to the minister about 3 weeks ago when he announced that policy. I ensured that he got the letter because I sent it to his WhatsApp as well. Apart from the hard copy that was sent to Abuja, I have his number, so I sent him a WhatsApp that, Oga, I think that you are trying to reverse the work of over 40 years. We told him that this idea that you think we're at a disadvantage by learning in our local language, that it's the total opposite. Yeah. And I told him that, look, in a country, Finland, as tiny as it is, they don't teach in English. Yes, sir. They finish. Yes. That's Finland. They teach in their local language. I then had to go and Google Sweden as well. They don't teach in English. Not that they don't speak English, but they don't teach in English. So and these are small countries. So I'm surprised that you are saying that in Nigeria, that I'm still trying to understand those who sat in a room with Dr. Alausa and said we should jettison, because that's like 2 weeks earlier, Ghana passed a law. And, you know, I'm a fan of, I normally watch Joy TV. That's a Ghana station on DSTV. And when they were interviewing the experts, they said they copied Nigeria.
And Nigeria is not going back.
And Nigeria is not, and I kept thinking, where are we? So I agree with you that the issue of that mother tongue, we shouldn't allow it to die. We should put it at the front burner. Our duty here done is to ensure that our governors, they understand the reason why mother tongue is very important. You see, at times the challenge is convincing even the political office holders to understand why we are saying that mother tongue in teaching is very important. It's not just English alone, that we can do better. The child that I say, was someone that said that child that speaks Yoruba at home, when he's sleeping, he doesn't dream in English, he dreams in Yoruba. But that's the truth. Yes. So, but I'm extremely excited and glad at what we've been able to put together today. And particularly, I'm excited that a lot of soul-searching things have been said. We've documented more than a few things. That, again, what we do here is that we share it with those who implement policies. And I'm glad the Ogun State man was talking about the register thing. We normally have meetings with education commissioners, and part of the things we have been pushing with them is to adopt that Ogun State model, that they need to adopt that. They can use that to also control out of school children. Even at the last meeting of education commissioners, it still came up that we need to adopt this model. And I'm sure we'll get there. I mean, in health, as an example now, we've gone so far that soon we're going to have what the regional health insurance scheme, whereby the person who is living here in Oyo State, if he travels to Akure and falls ill, can easily present a card and access any health facility there. We are very close to doing that. So we will also achieve it in education. I want you to know that what you've come to do here over the last 4 hours is not a waste of time at all. It isn't, because we do get these things to those who should know. And we never get tired. Even if one governor does not implement it, we always believe that another one will come that will implement. When we started security, the Amotekun thing, we didn't call it Amotekun then. In 2014, when we met in Lagos, that Western Nigeria should have its own security network. No one listened to us then. But in 2019, when kidnapping reached closer to them, they called us back. Go and think of something we can do on security. And what we did was to kind of bring our recommendation of 25 years earlier. We dusted it up and it was implemented. So we don't get tired. That's one thing we always say. Some will go on social media and say, Don, you're always talking. I said, well, I like to talk rather than be shooting. Those who don't talk, they're shooting guns. And after they shoot the gun, they will then come back again and talk. So it's good that we are talking. It's good that we are trying to fashion how policies should run. We're trying to tell ourselves that, look, this region can do better. We should be comparing ourselves with the Singapores of this world. Yeah. We should be comparing ourselves with the Dubais of this. Again, and I'm sorry, when we talk about, maybe it's because religion, I said, no. Yeah. Countries that even religion is at the forefront, yes, but they are so advanced. Religion is not holding them down. So I can tell you for free that we will continue to do our best here as a commission. We never get tired. And I'm glad the governors are supporting the work. You know, some expressed fears when SWDC was coming in, and we told them that, no, those ones will be building roads. Ours is to build mines. That's what we continue to do here. So thank you very much for sharing us your time. Thank you for sharing us your time. If you didn't come, it would have been a failure. So we don't take it for granted that you left what you could have been doing today to show up here. Thank you very much. All the lapses is Biodun's fault. All the goods, all the successes. But thank you very much indeed. We have lunch, takeaway lunch for everybody. Please don't go without taking a pack. Once again, thank you very much indeed. For a group photograph, I was going to say that, but what I pack for? So we'll move the chairs away quickly and take the pictures here before we go. Yeah. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. We'll take the pictures here. Please don't go. Let's take the pictures. And as you are going out, there's a park lot for everybody. 5 minutes. Thank you very much for coming along. Yes.